some professionalism, some stick-to-itiveness, but also he would allow Cam Ward to be unique to who he is personality-wise and also unique to who he is as an athlete. I'd say number 2 would be the Raiders. I think the reason I would say the Raiders is just familiarity with John Spytak, who's the new general manager.
Tom Brady's homie from Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Spytak is he has major Bronco roots, and Spytak of all people would know that Vance Joseph was ill-equipped to be successful in his first stint as the head coach with the Broncos. Spytak, I think, was in the building for that. 3 would be Cardinals, just familiarity. He'd been there. It's kind of where the rebirth of his career was, but I don't see the Cardinals being a great fit. One, because they have a Kyler Murray problem, and Vance Joseph could say, okay, let's move on from him. Well, you're probably going to be pretty bad for 2-3 years. And then I also don't know that the Cardinals they're going to follow up a fired defensive coordinator in Jonathan Gannon, a defensive-minded head coach that coordinated the defense, to bring in a bit of a similar type of a candidate to actually hire him. And then the last one, I think the New York Football Giants. The Giants gig to me feels like the one guy that I think that would be the perfect head football coach for the New York Giants, the magnitude of the media, the expectations, the tradition of 2 really tough-ass head coaches between Bill Parcells and Tom Coughlin that had success and won Super Bowls. It's Sean Payton. That's the kind of head coach that would need, to me, to command the New York Giants head football job. A buck stops with me, but I also kind of like being in the limelight. I kind of like the New York media, but I kind of like putting them all in their place too. I am the king of my castle, and I also at times I'm gonna invade your castle, media members, and tell you, Mark Kisla, to speak up and quit murmuring, but you sure like to write things. I think Sean Payton would be the perfect guy over there. Obviously, it won't happen.
If Davis Webb bolts for an offensive coordinator job, where do we think it is?
I think it could be with VJ.
If VJ takes the job in Tennessee and cleans house.
Yeah, Davis Webb as the offensive coordinator with Cam Ward, Tennessee Titans, young guy, known to be a really good connector and relator. I think Davis Webb would do a phenomenal job as the offensive coordinator in Tennessee. I just don't want to lose him. And a lot of people would say, well, why are you concerned with losing Davis Webb? Well, here's why. Anytime there's a strong-armed head coach, and I'm not saying that Sean Payton's an absolute jerk in every way, shape, or form to everybody in the building. I don't think he is. I actually think players, and I've heard Tyler Polumbus talk about this, players actually like playing for Sean Payton. They know he's serious. They know it's his way, but he's not sitting there just grinding on every person in the building. A lot of them relate to him. He's the guy that's I'm cool. I wear Jordans too. Look at me. But in all reality, no jokes aside, I think that there still is a level of buffer needed between Sean Payton.
Between any head coach.
Some are really good themselves. I think Sean McVay does a really good job interpersonally with his quarterback. I think Kyle Shanahan does. Maybe. Sometimes I think Kyle also just moves on from his quarterback. Just I don't really need him.
I'm tired of you.
I'm tired of you. You're average. I made you. And he's been pretty right about that. But yeah, I think that in the case of Sean Payton, old school model to a certain degree, you got to have a Davis Webb. And I don't think that I don't know that Joe Lombardi is exactly that guy. I think he's a good dude from everything I've heard. But Joe Lombardi's he's from an age perspective, he's a peer of Sean Payton. So I think that finding somebody who's recently removed from being an NFL quarterback, just like Davis Webb was when he was hired, that'd be a positive for the Broncos.
So the hope is both of those guys stay in town, Webb and Fangio, and actually let's extend it to 3.
Fangio?
Not Fangio.
Did you have an open skate last night?
I'm looking at a picture of Vic Fangio because of what I'm about to get into next. This is a Freudian slip. This is a Freudian slip.
I think that the CTE it came back to the surface after you took a couple knocks last night.
This is a Freudian slip. You want all of those guys to stay in town. Jim Leonard, Webb, Vance Joseph. And the way to keep Vance Joseph here is to do what?
Pay him like an NFL head coach.
Pay him like Vic Fangio.
What is Vic allegedly making?
Allegedly making 4.5.
Yeah,
that's a lot of money.
You win the first round, and you go to the AFC West championship or AFC championship. Excuse me. God, we're both CT'd.
It's all right.
It's not really. It makes bad radio. But you go to the AFC championship. I think you pay him $6.
Blow the doors off of it?
Why wouldn't you?
He's not. I mean, he's nowhere near Zimmer, Fangio, Spagnuolo, who are in that $3.5 to $4.5 million range. Get him into the range. He'd stay.
Blow him out. Why not? I mean, to me, what you have in Denver, which is not a bad thing, is you have the perfect personality to not ever try to, I don't think at least, he never tries to show up Sean Payton and be the guy that's like, look at me, I'm actually better. My side of the ball is better. He's humble. I think he's like a really good servant leader in the capacity of defensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos, but he also really is the head coach of a side of the football and a really successful head coach of the side of the football. Like, why abandon that for him? If I can make 6 racks and not have any issues with job security, pull off 6 racks in 4 years. Who cares? He's got to be good.
Again,
it's a good young core of defensive players.
If you are comfy with that gig, comfy with being Sean Payton's defensive coordinator, it's a long gig.
You don't think that...
Look at what happened in New Orleans.
You don't think that Walmart, as a company, can sell off like 52 million dorm refrigerators and dorm fans?
I don't think they
in
need
the
to
summer?
sell it off.
But I'm saying, like,
I think they've got enough liquid cash that $6 million for VJ would just be a drop in the bucket. They don't need to sell
you know
a
why
damn thing.
You know why they have that liquid cash? Those damn dorm fridges, man. How many times have I bought a dorm fridge for either an office of me? You know the little one that's under the desk, goes into the... Did you have a dorm fridge?
Of course.
Do you currently, so
in my office,
young married couple, do you currently have any mini fridges in your life?
We have a super small, like the size of this computer screen, fridge underneath my wife's bedside table for pumping and storing milk.
That's cute.
We have that.
I like that.
And then we have recently upgraded to, we now have a garage fridge.
Oh, I like garage fridges.
That's a new thing because we were running out of space in the freezer because of the baby's milk.
You know what I don't have? A garage fridge. You know why?
Why?
Because I don't have a garage. I have a carport.
What if you put one in the carport? It's just an outside fridge. It's like a dog that doesn't come in the house.
That happens in California because it never gets below freezing in Southern Cal. I might need to do that because nowadays, after Al Gore invented global warming, freaking 68 degrees every single January day here in Denver, Colorado.
Tell me if I'm the only scumbag that did this when I was a teenager. When we were driving around or biking around the Highlands Ranch area, if there were open garages where we could see a fridge, we would jump in. This was before the advent of Ring cameras. We would jump into the garage, open up the fridge quickly, see if there were any soda pops in there.
It's like Mountain Dew, Pepsi.
One Pepsi's. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Bush lattes.
Yeah, that's what 16 and 17-year-olds are looking for at that time,
for sure.
That time of night.
Whoa, you consumed before you were 21? Holy cow.
We'd jump in there, and you'd take a couple of CL smoothies and just be on your way.
So you're a felon.
Oh, yeah, scumbag move. But I feel like I wasn't the only one to do it.
No, you're not a scumbag, Raj. You're a felon.
That's admitted to straight theft.
No, not just theft, underage drinking and theft all in one.
I wonder if it was an outside fridge. Like, do people do that in California?
Yes.
It's an outdoor fridge.
Yeah, outdoor fridge.
People are taking beers out of that, man. Come on.
It's
outside.
When I was a head coach at Western Kentucky, we lived down on a golf course, country club. I had an outdoor keg that I kept available to all golfers because we were on the tee box of 18. So you would get a pint in a red Solo.
Love that.
Of craft beer. I would have a good, solid local craft beer, and I put on a chalkboard magnet right on front of the kegerator. It said, "Help yourselves, go Tops."
A way better guy than I was.
You know what everybody in Bowling Green, Kentucky did? All those male golfers, they helped themselves to a pint, and they said, "Hey, that was a good beer. Still fire that guy."
Hour 2 of the morning sprint comes up next. That's the good guy, Coach Sanford, and an admitted felon, Alex Ryanemi. 2K Tuesday rolls into hour number 2. It's also an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your next keyword's coming up in 15 minutes from right now. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. We'll also have our final regular season NFL rewind during Cage's NFL Notes at 11:20 today. Special thanks to Christopher A. Dempsey, who joined us about an hour ago to talk about one of the most improbable Nuggets wins in their franchise's history, a 125-124 overtime win at the Philadelphia 76ers. 7 rotational players out, every single one of your starters out, and they find a way to beat a north of 500 team in the East. They are now 2-2 without Nikola Jokic, which is stunning, right? We went over all of those numbers about how when you lose an all-time great from your lineup on a championship level team, most of the time, just losing that one all-time great, you either go 500 or sub 500 in the stretch without them. We talked about it a couple weeks ago without LeBron in 2016. Like Cleveland, who won a title, went 1-5 without LeBron in his 6 games when he missed there.
Who?
LeBron.
Oh, okay.
LeBron James.
Yeah, that's my guy.
When he was in the COVID bubble and he missed 4 games, the Lakers won a championship. They went 2-2 without him. The Heat went 1-3 without him in 2012. So when you lose that type of player, even great championship level teams, all of those teams that I named there won a title, they were sub 500. The fact that the Nuggets are in that mode right now should give you a lot of positivity moving into a stretch where 6 weeks from now, when everyone comes back and you're ready to go into the postseason, you should be thinking championship or bust.
How was, speaking of LeBron James, how is LeBron James and Luka Doncic? Is that a match made in heaven, or is it a match made in hell? And there's a lot of, I don't know. I can't tell if that's a real positive, good combination.
Luka being in LA is not Luka being in LA to be paired with LeBron. The reason why they made that move was LeBron's career might be ending this season. You need to find what the next step is, and that is your next superstar. Then you build around Luka. If it was 6 or 7 years ago, heck, even 3 or 4 years ago, I think that conversation of like, oh, is the fit really perfect for those dudes? I think that's a little bit more valid. I think they're just treading water, and they're hoping that, if Oklahoma City gets injured or someone, takes them out in the first or the second round, if Denver gets injured like they are right now, someone takes them out in the first or second round, they can sneak in and make one final run at it. That combination is not, we hope it's going to work now. That combination is LeBron leaves, we need someone to build around.
Do we as Nuggets fans, do we fear the Lakers at all?
No.
I don't think so either, man. When I look at this, Luka Doncic is such a volume player, man. He commands, the guy, he averages 11 3-point attempts a game. He averages 23 field goal attempts a game. And then, of course, LeBron James himself wants to be a volume player in 17 games back. He still wants to be a big volume player.
LeBron James.
No, the teams you fear right now are Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Minnesota, and then I still think Houston's length is sketchy. I don't think that would be an easy playoff series against the Rockets.
Yeah.
You don't fear LA, but I think every other team above the play-in line, legit. The West is a legit conference, man. I wouldn't say I'm nervous that you're not better than
Nuggets.
Houston and Minnie.
Fully healthy Nuggets. You're afraid of everybody above the line, or are you just saying they're good basketball
I'm
teams?
just afraid doesn't mean I don't think they'll win a playoff series. Afraid means I think it'll be difficult. Minnesota has always proven to be a thorn in your side.
Do you feel like a little bit the Nuggets have kind of gotten over that with some of their recent acquisitions? The Nuggets
over Minnie?
The Nuggets feel like I wouldn't say they've cleared the Timberwolves situation.
You gotta beat them in a playoff series, man.
You're right. It's like the Stars.
Have to do it.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. Minnesota's not nearly as good as the Stars
Correct.
are, but they are the same exact, you can't
Built to
beat
beat
them.
you.
Yep. Built to beat you.
Chargers, Broncos.
Sure. But I also think Oklahoma City and Denver, look at that series last year. Look at that 7-game series. How injured Denver was.
And they were right there.
And you pushed them to 7.
You're right there.
I think Oklahoma City looks at Denver the same way I, as a Nugget fan, would look at Minnesota.
So,
the Chargers and Broncos are very similar.
Yeah. It's like every Denver sports team has a bit of a strange
foil.
They have a strange nemesis.
Yeah.
Like who are the Rockies? Who's their nemesis? Is it Major League Baseball?
Well, dude, you can't lose 100 games in, was it 3 straight seasons? You can't do that and have a nemesis. Can't do it. I guess you can say the Diamondbacks.
I would say for the if you're looking at, I would say probably the Peoria Chiefs baseball team.
You know, what is that, single A?
Yeah.
Single A high?
Yeah, it's rookie ball.
Oh, no! Yeah, when you go 119, 101, and 103 losses in the last 3 years, you don't get to have a nemesis. You are the foil to the next worst team in the league.
Yeah, the Peoria Chiefs are
their nemesis,
high A affiliate of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Their
Just
nemesis
own
are the
Rockies.
Cleveland Spiders. Their nemesis are the 1962 New York Mets.
Mm-hmm.
The 2024 Chicago White Sox. Those are the nemesis for the Rockies. Come on.
Or is their nemesis
winning?
I think the nemesis of the Colorado Rockies is it's the party deck.
The party deck rocks. It's not
Exactly.
the reason why they're losing.
It's because that party deck, it prints money. And you don't have to win. You don't got to win.
The nemesis might be the group at the top. But hey, they made some hires. They're trying to do things differently. Hopefully it's a new season. They're still going to be terrible this year, but maybe you start turning the corner. You do that little that Japanese marathon U-turn. Turning the corner there. They're midway through the U-turn.
I haven't seen the Japanese marathon U-turn.
When you're running a race, instead of going around a U-turn and like leaning into the turn like most of us do, apparently the Asian runners will do a little like ball kick change and do it that way. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I just found you never know when you pull a minor league baseball team that you're going to find somebody that's a fan of the Peoria Chiefs. Justin just texted in, my man.
Heck yeah, man. Avs are back on the ice tonight. It's an early one for them. 4:30 pregame show on 92.5 in Tampa Bay. 5 p.m. puck drop. That'll be sponsored by our friends at Ramos Law. I think Connor McGahey said there's some sort of celebration for John Cooper's 1,000th game coached. So I think puck drop's going to be closer to like 5:15 Mountain Time. But
big Cooper guy?
I think he's a great coach. I think he is insufferable to listen to, but a great coach nonetheless.
Is he allegedly a good guy to be around?
Yes.
People who play for him?
People love him. Mikey Asamont, who's a Colorado kid, played for Tampa Bay and played for Cooper for a bit, and he said he's one of the best dudes he's ever played for.
A top 100 American, Connor McGahey, just tweeted out 49 minutes ago that Bednar and said that Landeskog and Taves are back in Denver, and Landy will miss, quote, some weeks. Taves is week to week, and his injury isn't as serious as the captain's. We'll know more Thursday for them in Blackwood.
Those are both upper body injuries. Taves crashes into the end boards. Gabe crashes into the net. You're also waiting to see whether or not Mackenzie Blackwood will be ready for Thursday, their return home to Ball Arena against Ottawa. This is the final of 3 road games for the Avs as they'll play Tampa Bay. Tampa's the best team in the East. This is a really, really tough test for Colorado without their captain. I don't know who's going to move up to the top line and take Landy's spot because Landy's been playing alongside McKinnon and Natchez. Maybe it's Lehkonen, but I don't really want to mess up that Nelson, Nichushkin, Lehkonen line now because it's working.
Solid.
Like Brock Nelson scoring. Val Nichushkin had a hat trick a couple of games ago. Lecky's got 18 goals or something this year. Like that line's working.
Let's just call it like it is too. Just rolls off the tongue. Nelson, Nichushkin, Lehkonen. NNL.
NNL.
Like it. LNN.
LNN.
NLN.
NLN. I like NLN better.
Yeah,
that's my line.
It just sounds right. Nelson, Nichushkin, Lehkonen.
You know who I put up on the top line? I want to see Victor Olofsson on the top line.
I do too.
Uh-huh.
I like that.
Give me Victor Olofsson on the left wing.
Just a clean sweep. Just a Swede for a Swede. Just give me a new Swede in there. Right? I like it.
Swede for a Swede.
Yep.
I'll take that. Then your third line is Ross Colton, Jack Drury, Gavin Brindley probably plays there, Parker Kelly, Zakhar Bardakov. You're going to be top heavy against Tampa. Again, one of the very best teams in the National Hockey League, and you've got some history with them. This will be, if they can go 2-1, heck, if they go 1-1-1 on this road trip, I'm a happy camper.
Brindley's a little cat, isn't he?
Little dude. Yeah, like my size. But so fast and has
That's
unbelievable
stupid.
vision
That'd be
device.
stupid speed on the top line.
He would fit.
Oh yeah.
I'd be perfectly fine with Brindley getting some first
Who
line
is a
minutes.
faster skater? Nitchis or Brindley?
Natchez.
Who's faster short area quickness?
Like in a straight line?
No, short area, like boom, 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 like stop, start.
Still Natchez.
Okay.
Natchez is elite, man.
Yeah, he's
Brindley's
top.
still like getting into this league.
Natchez is like top 5 in the league.
Top 5, top 10.
Skater, just pure skater.
I wouldn't say top 5,
10?
top 10.
Okay.
Natchez is so good,
Who's
dude.
like the fastest skater?
Connor McDavid. McDavid's the fastest skater in the league. McKinnon's probably number 2. McCarr
So
is in the
McKinnon
top
is a
5.
faster skater than Netchis.
I think so.
Huh?
Yeah. He's more violent. But yeah, you have you without a doubt have two of the fastest guys in the league. McKinnon rather led the league in like 20 mile an hour or more bursts last year. And Natchez was, if memory serves, I think he was 3rd in the league. So those two dudes are quick.
Do you have a problem with Nuggets commentators and or Nuggets fans calling Jonas Valanciunas Val? Or Big Val?
It's a little questionable for me.
I don't think it's the right thing.
Man, when I grew up, so you guys who have listened to the show for a while know that I, not my own choice, grew up a New York Mets fan. And there was a player called Joe McEwing who was a Met for a while, and they called him Super Joe. And I was growing up in Denver at the time, and there is only one Super Joe. It's Joe Sakic.
Oh, yeah.
So I had this weird like internal battle. I can't call that guy Super Joe. Joe Sakic's the only one that matters. Joe McEwing's a utility player. I feel the same way about Val Nichushkin and Jonas Valanciunas. Big Val is Val Nichushkin.
It's period point blank.
We have to find a new nickname for Jonas Valanciunas.
Should we just make
Big
him our
Joe?
own? What should we make him our own? Choo Choo?
No, because
Chunas?
Choo Choo is also Val Nichushkin.
That's right. Duh. That's crazy.
By the way, Mark Springer and I were the ones that thought that one up.
How crazy
Don't
is
let
that?
anyone
That
else tell you no.
one guy's from Russia and he's Val and he's Chew. And
Where is your brain going right now?
where's my guy from again?
Where is your...
Where's Jonas
he's
from?
Lithuanian, I think.
Is he?
Where is your brain going? This
how
is
is
the
he-
biggest Moser
How
moment
is he
you have
also
ever
big?
had.
How is he also Big Val and also potentially Choo Choo? Like that's insane. And they're not even from the same country.
Okay.
Val Nichushkin and Jonas Valanciunas. Whoa. There's a lot. I mean, that is close on both the Val and the Chew.
What is going through your head right now?
Anybody else picking up what I put?
We are done with this segment.
Yeah. Bring us to break. We got keywords on the other side. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday today.
Nobody better to come on to this song than a guy named Alexander Ryanemi, even though your real name is not Alexander. Let that play right there, KJ. Tell me that I don't hit coming from. Listen to my man right here, Alex Ryanemi. Go ahead, take it away, Alex Ryanemi.
Your keyword is black. BLACK. That's black with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You'll enter to win Avs and Senators tickets. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Papa Murphy's. January 19th is Educator Appreciation Day at Ball. Each ticket package includes a game ticket and a hockey stick tumbler. Get yours at coavs.com/educator. That is coavs.com/educator. One more time, your keyword this hour to win tickets to see the Avs take on the Senators on Thursday is the color black, BLACK, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Before we get into KJ's NFL notes and our final regular season NFL rewind, Coach, the text line has a great fix for this Jonas Valanciunas nickname kerfuffle.
And what I was trying to get to is that both of them have two obvious nicknames.
Yes.
And they're essentially both bigger human beings relative to their sport or relative to normal human beings. So
Yes.
Big Val makes sense.
Yep.
Also, the Chew gets
choo-choo.
It turns into a choo-choo train.
Yep.
And there's trains and all aboard and blah, blah, blah. So I was trying to do the same thing for both guys. And no, Val's kind of both already. Val Nichushkin is both Big Val and the Choo-Choo.
That is true.
So what came out of our text
My
line?
favorite one from the 256, just call him Joey V, rebrand him as an Italian. Joey V with 12 boards coming off the bench in 17 minutes. Joey B.
Hey, my name's Joey V. I grew up in
V.
the streets of Brooklyn.
In Lithuania.
But my family came over a couple years ago, about 25 years ago. That family's family grew up in Napoli. I kill for fun.
I like Joey V. Joey V is a solid nickname for Jonas Valanciunas. I like that. Honestly, I like it better than Big Val. I wish we could call Val Nichushkin Joey V, but it wouldn't make any sense. Much like your ramble didn't make any sense a few minutes
that
ago.
didn't make any sense because Val Nichushkin has no Joe in there. Mine made sense because there was a Val and a Chew for both individuals.
All right. It's 11:20.
Gosh, man.
It's time for KJ's NFL notes. Hit it.
Football save us.
Every day in the 11:20 hour, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. And on Tuesdays, this will be the final Tuesday that we do NFL Rewind on this day. We'll start doing them on Mondays because the playoffs start and we don't have Monday Night Football anymore. So that'll start next week.
Well, wouldn't we do a big play replay for the Broncos
We'll
after
do
they
that.
win in their first divisional round playoff matchup?
Big play replay.
And then
comes
Tuesday,
in at
wouldn't we
10:20.
come back? Oh, man.
It's a different hour.
I can't do this.
I know. This is
There's
why
there's
it's my
Val's,
job to
and there's
handle it.
Joe's, and there's 10-20s and 11-20s.
You heard this game, the Buccaneers with a 16-14 win over the Panthers keep Tampa Bay alive in the race for the NFC South. They dropped the Panthers down to 8-9. You listened to that game on your home for the NFL playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're going to have all 6 games this coming weekend and
Get out of
every
here.
game straight through Super Bowl 60 in the Bay.
So we get every single game on 92.5
Get 'em. Or 950.
950. So it's not like, wow, this is good.
Yeah, we get all the football.
And the Broncos?
No, we don't get. The only time that we would get the Broncos on Altitude
Super Bowl?
is if they make the Super Bowl.
Okay, so we'll get them.
So we'll get them.
Let's get them.
All right, so all of your playoff games right here on Denver's exclusive home for Westwood One NFL. That is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. That game, the Buccaneers and the Panthers, was on 92.5. Ended up being kind of worthless because, well, Atlanta won their game. The Panthers get into the playoffs at 8-9. They'll
That
be
was a
hosting
really weird
playoff
scenario,
game.
though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The
it
whole
was-
thing is like Bucks win,
And they basically get in, but they just need some help.
but then the game was a meaningless game essentially for the Saints and the Falcons.
Yes.
Yet the Bucks desperately needed the Saints to win, and the Panthers desperately needed the Falcons to win, right? Was it just a weird head-to-head smorgasbord situation? Weird.
Common opponents.
God, it's bizarre.
Seahawks win the NFC North with a 13-3 win over the 49ers. Sam Darnold, he is again the quarterback of a number 1 seed in the playoffs. Does he get it done this time?
No.
Nah, I don't think he does either. Broncos get a 19-3 win over the Chargers. The Falcons, aforementioned, 19-17 over the Saints. That win keeps the Buccaneers out of the playoffs, gives the NFC South division to the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers will host a playoff game in round 1, which is insane.
Worst sports town in America, Charlotte, North Carolina.
You think?
Have you ever traveled to Charlotte?
I have. I've been to Charlotte a couple of times.
I hate Charlotte.
I've watched hockey in Carolina, but not in Charlotte.
Raleigh's cool, man. Got to go to Carolina, go to a Hurricanes game in Raleigh. That's kind of
Canes
smacks.
Game. I went to a PGA championship there. I think Quail Hollow is over there.
North Carolina, awesome golf state now. Awesome golf state.
Browns 20-18 over the Bengals, and Myles Garrett makes history.
First down. Burrow, he's under pressure, he's sacked! And there it is, a record that has stood nearly a quarter of a century has a new leader as 30-year-old Myles Garrett records his NFL record 23rd sack of the year, passing Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt on the all-time list.
Is it the greatest sack season of all time for you, Coach? Now, he did have an extra game.
17 games. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sure, why not? But, and he's a monster. What makes it even more impressive, in my opinion, is how bad Cleveland was as a football team. They lost so many games and didn't force their opponents to need to throw the football with that kind of frequency. So when you're not a dominant team, or you're not a team that's typically playing from in front, your opponent doesn't need to throw the football with anywhere near the frequency that a normal team would. So Myles Garrett, man, even though he got the extra game, he didn't get the amount of at-bats that a lot of teams would typically give to a pass rusher.
Yeah, he had fewer snaps than Michael Strahan to get to the record. So there I go. Yeah, you're the king. You win.
He also just looks so dang impressive. You just look like, gosh, that guy just looks like a football player.
Is that like the most impressive physique in the league, or is it still DK Metcalf?
I mean, receivers that look like Mr. Olympia kind of freak me out a little bit. There's a little stiffness to it. When it's a pass rushing Jesse, I kind of love it.
Vikings.
Who else is an all body team kind of guy?
I mean, Vaughn, when he was at the peak of his powers, Vaughn, for sure.
Vaughn was kind of short, man. He wasn't long and angular.
Vaughn's like 6'4".
You sure?
I'm pretty sure Von Miller's like 6'4", 240. He's either 6'3", 240, or he's 6'4", 240.
He's 6'3".
Okay, yeah. He's not a small dude.
I mean, I'm looking down on him.
All right, okay, Coach.
Easy
all
guy.
right. Yeah, cool it over there.
Hey, what's up, little guy? How you doing, little Vaughn? You good?
You gonna do the too short?
Should I call you Vonito?
Vikings get a 16-3 win over the Packers. Packers will be the 7th seed in the NFC at 9-7-1. Vikings jump over and are now over 500 through those 18 weeks. Giants 34-17 over the Cowboys. They win their final 2 games of the year to fall out of the number 1 seed. Even the Giants suck at sucking.
The Giants are a mess. They're a mess. Although I will say this. Gosh, when you watch some of that game, there are some really, really significant wild throws that you saw there from Jackson Dart. He was slanging that pill.
A guy who's been slinging it over the past 5 weeks is Trevor Lawrence, 255 yards, 3 touchdowns. The one who isn't slinging it great, Cam Ward on the other side.
Oh, they're going to throw it. Allen will float it. It's picked off. Intercepted by Antonio Johnson. And Antonio Johnson with a house call. First big play for the defense of Jacksonville. First NFL touchdown for Johnson.
Antonio Johnson, a pick 6 of not Cam Ward, but Brandon Allen in that game.
Matter.
41 unanswered points for arguably, tell me if I'm wrong, is that the hottest team in the NFL?
Hottest team in the NFL. Both sides of the ball. Suffocating defensively right now. Playing really, really good offensively. Trevor Lawrence is doing his thing. Impressive team.
Bills 35-8 over the Jets. Mitch Trubisky, 22 of 29 for 260 yards and 4 touchdowns. Mitch Trubisky, I know it's the Jets, but like Good on
Okay,
you, man.
let's be fair. When you saw this matchup, that the Jets were let's be fair. When you saw this matchup, that the Jets were potentially going to be the first team in the history of the National Football League in a 17-game season to not get an interception. I saw Trubisky out there. Oh, they're getting one.
Right, they're just
They're
trying
definitely
to
getting
make
one.
New York feel good about themselves.
Oh, and Mitchell Trubisky not only doesn't serve them up one, he ends up freaking going nuts. He goes off.
4 tutties, 7 incompletions in the game. Bills are 12-5, and they will see Jacksonville on the road in Wild Card Weekend. We move on. The Texans escape the Colts 38-30.
5 seconds left. Snap it to Leonard. He's going to toss it underneath to Downs. He's going to chuck it behind him to Pittman. Throw it to Leonard, trying to keep it alive, and the Texans have it, trying to run with it for the score.
He didn't get it earlier. Togiai got his touchdown after all.
Togiai!
Did you see DeMeco Ryans' celebration? He went nuts.
As he should have. Tommy Togiai.
Because they tried to get him a touchdown as a fullback earlier in the game. Tried to use the big man.
He almost got there.
They almost got there. It was there. So Togiai, Polynesian. DeMeco Ryans is celebrating by doing the ha. Like the haka. He's doing it.
That's awesome.
He's running onto the field. Ha. Kamate koro.
Togiai takes it back for a touchdown. 38-30 is the final there. That was the last play of the game. Indy was trying to do the circus lateral play and keep the game.
Tommy Togiai.
Hey, you know, the Italian nickname thing works more often than not.
My name's Tommy Togiai. I grew up in Blackfoot, Idaho.
Lions get a last-second Bates field goal to beat the Bears. 19-16 is the final there. Bears 11-6, but they do win the NFC North. The Raiders, a 60-yard field goal from Carlson, win 14-12. And what that does, it moves the Raiders, or rather the Chiefs, into the top 10. So the Raiders will have the number 1 overall pick. And by beating the Chiefs, they don't move out of the number 1, but they move Kansas City into number 9. And I hate them for it.
That sucks. At least Pete Carroll's going to go out a loser, or out a winner, but really a loser. That was Pete Carroll probably knowing he was fired. I'm going to stick it to the man one time. So crazy. I can't believe Pete Carroll got fired after 1 year, man. Oh, gosh. Think about this, man. If 7 years ago, Seattle Seahawks football, Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll, would you ever envision a world where Russell Wilson's a third-string quarterback for the New York Football Giants, still in the NFL, potentially a Hall of Fame career still, and Pete Carroll also potentially a Hall of Fame career?
That was going to be my question to you.
And they
Pete
go
Carroll
out
Hall
like
of Fame?
this. Like the two of them are going out in shambles.
Do they probably both get in?
I think they probably both do, man.
But you're going to look at him and go,
both of them are going to be like, really?
I suppose you can look at the
I
Super
think
Bowl
probably because of the endings. The endings of both.
The endings have been terrible.
Worse for us, though. Way worse for us.
I don't know, dude. Pete Carroll came back and was a 3-win football coach this year.
Yeah, but at least it was a kind of a 1 year. Raiders suck all the time anyway. Pete didn't end quite as horrifically in Seattle.
I mean, 7-10, 9-8, 9-8. He hasn't had a double-digit win season since 2020.
Speaking of how bad the Jets are, I had this crazy stat I pulled up. That was earlier on our NFL rewind. Not one player recorded 400 yards receiving for a 17-game schedule. That happened for the New York Football Jets.
No.
Garrett Wilson ended as the Jets' leading receiver with 395 yards. He only played in 7 games.
Jeez.
Dude, what did they were they the most unwatchable team in the history of the National Football League for? But DMac told us that Justin Fields was so good, man.
I saw a report coming out that Oregon has had conversations with Dante Moore going, we are only talking to Las Vegas right now. And if Vegas says they're not going to take him at number 1 and they're going to take Mendoza, they're thinking Dante Moore doesn't declare for the draft. Because who wants to go and be the quarterback for the New York Jets? That's how bad they were. Dante Moore might go back to Oregon.
Probably make more money.
Probably. Cardinals fall to the Rams 37-20. 260 from Matt
Kroenke.
Stafford.
Go
4
Kroenke,
touchdowns for the guy who might win MVP this year. Patriots handle the Dolphins 38-10. Commanders get a meaningless win over the Eagles 24-17. Then they boot Cliff Kingsbury
And
earlier
defensive
today.
coordinator Joe Witt Jr.
All right.
Both got yod.
5-12. Those type of
So
seasons
if you add
do that.
both of those firings together, does that essentially make it 3, which is the same as how many times I've been fired?
You know what? Yes, I'll give
Cool.
that for you. You
Love
need some
that.
buddies in the club.
Good.
And the final game, which was the game of the week, the Steelers come from behind to take the AFC North.
Ravens 24, Steelers 20. Winner goes to the playoffs. Loser goes home. Trips right, single man left. Rodgers gets the snap. He's back to pass. Looking left. Going deep left. Man wide open. It's caught. Touchdown Pittsburgh. Touchdown Steelers. Calvin Austin wide open down the left side. A 26-yard touchdown. And with 55 seconds to go, Pittsburgh has taken the lead.
26-24 is the final. The Steelers get the final playoff spot in the AFC. They will host a playoff game that'll come on January the 12th at 6:15 on ABC as the Texans come to town. I was mistaken earlier on, by the way. This is not the final time we will have NFL Rewind on a Tuesday because that game is a Monday game.
Ah, that's right. First week.
That's a Monday game.
What does it go? 2, 3, 1?
We have 2 games on Saturday, Rams-Panthers.
And 3 on
Packers,
Sunday.
Bears. Then we have 3 on Sunday, Bills, Jags, Niners at the Eagles, Chargers at the Pats, and the final game, 1 game on Monday night, Texans and Steelers.
So good.
So we'll have this very same segment a week from right now.
And do you realize in 2 days we have college football playoffs? Gosh dang it, man. This is so good. Football.
You have 5 minutes to get this keyword in. Text the word BLACK, B-L-A-C-K, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to win tickets to see the Avs take on the Senators. That is BLACK to 303-504-0925. Early one for the Avs tonight. Live from the site of that 2022 Stanley Cup Championship win. It'll be in Tampa Bay. Coverage on 92.5 starts with Mark Bertinoli at 4:30. It'll be an extended pregame show. There's a little ceremony for Tampa Bay's head coach as he's coaching his 1,000th NHL game. So puck drop's going to be around 5:15. Your pregame show is powered by Ramos Law. I wonder if they give John Cooper anything tonight in terms of like, when you play 1,000 games in the NHL, you get a silver stick that is presented to you. It's actually very cool.
Is it made out of real silver?
Maybe. Probably, right? Probably. I bet you they don't cheap out on that. Do you give a coach like a silver whistle?
I'd take one.
A silver jumpsuit?
I mean, most whistles in like the origin were silver.
Or they stink. Chrome plated.
By the way, silver whistles are awful.
I mean, whistles stink in general. You're spitting into it.
I love a Fox 40 whistle.
Yeah, but they stink in
general.
general.
The Fox 40 is the only whistle that you will ever see me donning. Ever. I don't wear one. I don't use a whistle with a ball in it. I use one that's built like the whistle of a locomotive. It's got two little slits on the side, and it is loud. And I'd like to evaluate coaches
on the whistle they use.
I want to see how firm and how much command presence their actual whistle has.
How long is too long a whistle? I'm a big fan of a hard,
it's a punch,
high-pitched punch.
I need a punch.
Get in and get out.
Yep, I want a punch.
Too long. I think it's too long. I wish I had a whistle on me right now, but I don't. It's too long.
Think I got one?
I guarantee you have one in your bag. There's no way there's not a whistle in that backpack of yours. If there is, you know what I'd be upset about? You're not the Bo Nixie backpack guy I thought you once were if there's not a whistle in there. If that was the Bo Nix backpack, there would be a whiteboard. There'd be your offensive play sheet.
Lacrosse ball.
There'd be a lacrosse ball.
Get some body work
Some
in.
Bengay. There'd be a whistle in there. I'm going to be very disappointed in you.
I got bad news for you, Raj.
It's not in there?
When we went to Baltimore, Maryland for the Army Navy trip.
Did you take your whistle out?
I did. You know why? Because I knew I was going to be on the field.
It's the reason why you didn't get
and
a ball.
I had to resist the urge to pull out my whistle and just blow it.
The poor 7-year-olds who were tossing the pigskin after the game. Run it again!
Hey! I wanted 3 steps on the slant. What are you doing? A slant is not 4.5 steps. Get it right. Come on, Tommy.
A diamond-encrusted whistle. How's that for 1,000 games?
Well, actually, Coach Prime, doesn't he have like a 24-karat gold whistle that he actually wears?
I wouldn't be shocked. I'm sure he does. Do football players or coaches get anything for, a certain number of games that they've participated in? Do you give someone gold cleats for, 200 games?
No. I mean, I think you can arbitrarily make anything up, but there's no tradition.
Yeah.
So John Cooper, right?
Yeah, John Cooper.
That's a pretty common name, right? Like
Sure.
You even kind of screwed it up, right?
I gave him the name of the Broncos pass rusher.
So John Cooper or Jonathan Cooper, there have been about 7 or 8 really famous John Coopers. So we're going to go through that real quick. John Cooper, ice hockey coach, longest tenured head coach in the current NHL.
Future Hall of Famer.
John Cooper, lead singer for the band Skillet.
Okay.
Rock band. We a lot of our opening songs come from Skillet. John Cooper. Jonathan Cooper, pass rushing defensive end that played at Ohio State. Jonathan Cooper of the Denver Broncos. John Cooper, former head football coach of the Ohio State University, also Arizona State University. John Cooper. John Cooper, a Welsh serial killer known as the Bullseye Killer, whose appearance on the game show Bullseye was later used as evidence in his 2011 conviction for 2 double murders. It's a lot of John Coopers.
A lot of John Coopers. I didn't think you were going to pull out double murderer.
Yeah. Pretty common name.
That's just who you are today. It's okay.
Yeah.
Most shocking firing of the NFL. Yes?
Car maker John Cooper.
Who's that?
Well, he was a little guy. In fact, you would say he's almost a mini.
Oh, Mini Cooper?
Mini Cooper's a John
Oh,
Cooper.
that's sweet.
A British
I'm happy
auto
you've done this
racing
before
legend who
now.
co-founded the Cooper Car Company, pioneered the revolutionary rear-engine chassis design in Formula One. He also developed the original Mini Cooper.
All right, rank your John Coopers.
I mean, right now, I got number 1, Jonathan Cooper,
I
Denver
agree.
Broncos. Number 2, Skillet, lead singer. Number 3, I'm going to go Tampa Bay Lightning head coach.
Wow, some
Number
hatred
4,
for the Mini?
Number 4, I'm going to go serial killer.
So you're putting the
I'm
dude
joking.
the dude that created the Mini Coopers is your 5th out of 5 John Coopers.
You never know. He might end up being a serial killer later in life. You just never know.
What has been your most surprising firing thus far of the NFL coaching
Raheem
carousel?
Morris. Just because he appeared to be a guy that was legitimately coaching a team that was buying into him. Like you could see there was like tangible vibes of a guy that hadn't lost the team. And they were winning games at the end of the season.
Speaking of that team, the Falcons and Kirk Cousins have agreed to modify the final 2 years of his contract, setting the stage for a decision on his future with the team to be made by the 3rd day of the NFL league year, which comes up on March 13th. As part of this restructure, according to Field Yates of ESPN, there is now a guarantee in the amount of $67.9 million for the 2027 season that vests on March 13th. Given the high likelihood that the Falcons or any team would acquire Cousins via trade, rather unlikelihood, via trade before March 13th, they would be on the hook for that $67.9 million. Is he a Falcon next year, or is he cut and gone?
I think he's a Falcon next year.
I agree. He showed enough that, like, if Kirk Cousins is the quarterback of that team for the entire season, they're probably a playoff team.
Who was that news? Who made that report right
Field
there?
Yates.
I'm so glad my name isn't Field Yates. Like, is there anything that sounds more silver spoony than here's my son, Field Yates?
Colorado had a kid transfer to them today whose middle name is ESPN.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Stop it.
I forget his first name.
Is it pronounced ESPN or is it pronounced Espen?
Evan Rowell had the tweet earlier. Let me find it here. Breaking. Gideon ESPN Lampron has committed to Colorado.
Good player, man.
He was an all-MAC first teamer this year.
Bowling Green guy.
Is it Bowling Green?
Yep.
Gideon ESPN Lampron. You're just naming kids anything. What are we doing?
Interesting.
I would rather be named Field Yates than Gideon ESPN. And I've got a messed up last name.
Started out at Dayton. University of Dayton. Named the mascot.
The Flyers.
They fly.
I only know that because they beat Syracuse in the play-in round
No,
like a few years
the
ago.
only reason anybody knows them is because of basketball. I think they're a non-scholarship 1AA.
You're going to kill Field Yates
Oh,
and you're not going
speaking
to
of
go
which-
in on ESPN?
Dude, Field Yates? Well, you went to high school with people that were named Field Yates. Hey, Field, come over here. We've got English class starting in 3 minutes, Field.
There were most people were like normal names.
Excuse me. Field, are you coming with me to Latin class? You have nothing, don't you?
I got nothing.
You got nothing.
I got nothing.
Yeah,
I can't.
that's right.
KJ hits me with the CB4 song. Like, what are we doing here, guys?
It's an unhinged day
What
of
did-
morning
what did-
sprint, man. It's
What
a
did
new
I
year.
do to either one of you two?
It's a new year. We refocused our efforts towards absolute chaos and chicanery.
Oh, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and that means we're giving away tickets for the Avs to see the Ottawa Senators. Congratulations to our winner, Debbie Francis.
Deb.
Francis. Deb. You're going to see the Avs take on the Senators on Thursday night as they return from a 3-game road trip. They'll finish up that road trip tonight on 92.5 against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Nuggets won't play tonight, but they will play tomorrow against the second-best team in the Eastern Conference. That's the Boston Celtics. They expect to have Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, Jamal Murray all available at that game. So if you can take the momentum that you had last night in a stunning overtime victory against Philadelphia and then bring in 3 legit starters, I think that bodes well to go in and beat a team that has won 8 of 10. Boston's feeling great. Jaylen Brown had dropped 50 like a couple of days ago. That'll be a very difficult game. But again, for them to be 2-2 without Nikola Jokic and be 2-4 on this road trip in terms of 3 games not having 4 or 5 of your starters, one of them not having a single starter that is so darn impressive from this team.
It's really impressive. It was an awesome performance. It was so fun to watch. There was just so much response to what David Adelman had put out there in terms of the effort, and a little bit of fun breaking news. I think it has some morning sprint vibes to it. It was a little earlier today, but Colorado State tight end, former Valor Christian tight end, Rocky Beers,
All-time name.
he follows his sister, Reagan Beers, to the Oklahoma University Sooners. She is a superstar basketball player.
Amazing.
Rocky, awesome tight end. And you know what Oklahoma now has? They've got one Beers.
They got one Beers! Do we have to be Sooners fans now?
Did I just fall in love?
I think I did.
It's one Beers.
For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson.
Oh my
behind
gosh,
the
you
glass.
see Nelly back there just shaking his head.
I'm Alex Ryan.
These guys are
He's
idiots.
shaking his head. You did the emojis all morning.
He looks like a Cal Berkeley professor this morning.
Looks like Josh Groban is what he looks like. PhD is coming up next. We love you guys so much. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10. If you didn't win tickets with us or with the morning show, PhD has 3 other chances. You'll have one more chance to win with Kreckman and Lindahl in the afternoon. Again, Avs and Lightning, 4:30 pregame right here on 92.5. Love you. See you tomorrow at 10.
Did we just become best friends?
Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah. How you like that?
What do you know?
What do you know? Keep the music going, Dan. Here is Philly's reaction.
It was embarrassing yesterday.
How do you lose to that team?
I don't know, because
they didn't play a starter. They took it like, I think Nick Sirianni was their pregame speech.
Meanwhile, inside of the Nuggets locker room.
Hell yeah.
And Adelman almost started crying. Yeah, I got him here.
Yeah, I mean, Utah all those years ago, and we had 7 players. Obviously, Milwaukee, we got in at like 4:30 in the morning and somehow won that game. But this one's different. This one's unique because our best player didn't play. You know, Yoke played in Utah, and there were 7 of us. That's not what this was. This was a bunch of guys finding a way to get it done with grit and effort and timely shot making. And I think that's something that when they're older, 20 years from now, they'll probably grab a beer and talk about this game.
So it's 1 day removed, Tyler, from where Adelman called them unprofessional.
Yep.
To arguably the best win in Nuggets history. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. Well, it's clearly the best win of the season. And then a couple of texts from Scott, who should be joining us relatively soon from Boston. He thinks it is the best win in Nuggets history. Not the biggest win, but the best win.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you talk about like least expected wins, if that's what we're talking about, is that how we're defining this?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
I mean best always seems to have a lot of the line, but whatever. I'm not going to fight the semantics of it. I mean, freaking crazy. Just like, what in the world? This was like, you know what this was? This would have been the Los Angeles Chargers coming into Denver and beating the Broncos when they're looking for a number 1 seed and they're not playing any of their starters.
Yeah,
that's what that was.
Yeah. I mean, and they really didn't get close. I mean, in all honesty, that game was. First of all, I turned it on because I don't know, I'm home. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Ooh, then it's like they're leading the first quarter. Then they got behind, and I was like, okay, here we go, right? Like, but it was close at halftime, really close. And then again in the third, it felt like, oh, this is slipping away, and then you get in the fourth, and like 6 minutes to go or so, the Nuggets made a little bit of a comeback, and then they got a lead, and then they seemingly couldn't miss from 3, sort of like that. It goes into overtime, and I'm like, well, it's certainly not here. And they only scored 5 points in overtime. So It wasn't like Jokic scoring 18 and what they did on Christmas night, scoring like 28 points in overtime, which was they scored 5 points, Tyler.
Didn't we do something really similar against the Clippers last year? We went out to LA like without any of our starters or something, and we beat the Clippers.
Well, it's never been anything like this. Yeah. I mean, sure, they've been down starters. They've been down.
But I thought we didn't have any. I don't know. Maybe it probably wasn't this dramatic.
It's never been like this. I mean, it's your entire starting lineup and Jonas.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it is
wild.
And
how cool for guys like Jalen Pickett, for even
unbelievable.
Zeke. I mean, Jalen was just phenomenal. It just stupid good. It was like Jalen Pickett was like you're asking Jamal, hey, you got to carry the team by yourself, and Jalen's like, okay, I guess I'll do that tonight.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Bruce was great.
So Dan, and by the way, I would definitely say go back and watch In the Paint with Dan on the old digital, because Dan's like watching it live react. Dan couldn't even talk. Dan was like just wordless. And some of that sound in there, our friends from DNVR do watch-alongs, and they're great. They're reacting to it. The Philly guys are like a sports talk station in Philadelphia. We have another one, but he's cursing left and right, so it takes a little time to clean up. Vic was watching with his brothers. Vic came on because it wasn't an altitude game. It was on the Peacock. And Vic started smoking a cigar.
There you go.
In a robe. After getting out of the sauna.
In a row. Yeah, Hardaway was out too. Right. 7. Sorry, my bad. Never mind top 6, top 7, arguably. I mean, like two regulars off the bench, automatic guys off the bench, and you're starting 5. They were 14-point underdogs. They had, I really did think going down to the finish, boy, they're going to get close, but I mean, certainly a good Sixers team. This is not a bad team. They're doing all right. They're not great, but they're doing all right.
Yeah, I guess the most amazing part is it's coming right after David Adelman pulled a Michael Malone. And Malone used to call a team soft all the time in the public. I think this is the first time we've heard David Adelman ever question, desire, will, all those sorts of things.
Those things.
And he did it publicly, and boy, did they respond.
I
don't even know how you explain these things. I don't. You just got those nights where you're in the groove, and somehow it gets contagious, and everybody gets in the groove. Zeke was in the groove.
Hunter Tyson. I don't know if Hunter Tyson can find the court unless there's 2 minutes left in a game. Hunter Tyson. Just awesome. Just awesome. And the other side, can you imagine being a Philadelphia? Oh my God. Can you imagine if we were doing sports talk in Philly today?
No,
oh
I mean, Lord. I can because it would be like it'd be like us sitting here doing sports talk after the Broncos if they lost to the Chargers. That's what it would be like. So I actually can't put myself in that position.
For the Sixers, it's even worse than just a loss. It's an indication that you probably had very high hopes with Joel Embiid. Talk about a soft MVP win. And the guy is definitely hurt. I don't think he's faking things. And I know he dropped 32.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he was pretty dominant inside the paint, man. I mean, that's
fine. Yeah. He's playing against guys. I mean, there weren't any big guys against him. But he still didn't.
Well, the Nuggets didn't have a center.
No.
They literally did not have a center to participate in the game.
Correct. I got to read you this. So Spencer Jones, by the way, did you even know there was a guy named Curtis Jones on the team?
Sure
you did.
I knew there was Jones.
We got 2 of them, actually. Do you know that Spencer Jones, not only does he not have a car, but he keeps up his LinkedIn profile?
Attaboy. You never know when you're going to need it.
So this is from LinkedIn. He updated it today.
Everybody's one bad game away from pumping gas.
Some games you'll remember for the rest of your life. On paper, this one didn't make sense. Shorthanded by 7 players, no starters available, lineup made of entirely guys who began their careers in the G League, We're on the road against a top team in the Eastern Conference with multiple NBA stars. Everything about it was unlikely, including my defensive matchup against a near 300-pound center. But nights like this remind you of what teams are really built on. Effort carries, belief compounds. And when everyone commits to the same goal, logic stops mattering. One of the most improbable wins I've been part of, and we did it all in OT. Love this team. Also, I love birding. To hobbies, LinkedIn. You just got to throw that in there. This was, so amazing.
I'm sorry, what is birding? Is that bird watching?
I guess. I don't know. It's his hobby.
Learned that Sam Darnold is into that as well, by the way.
Maybe that's the hot new thing. Perhaps when he's applying for his next job, you never know.
Might be a zoologist.
You never know what you're going to get. We are hopefully going to get Scott. He is with the team, and they are getting settled and landing in Boston and in the hotel. We are scheduled, Dan, to have the David Adelman show, correct? At some point. Again, they're traveling today and getting set up. So we look forward to that. And certainly your reactions at 303-504-0925. Also, Tyler, we'll break it down by the tape and look at the Broncos game. And Bo Nix is getting more support out there, which is good. And I got a mock draft for you. A mock draft for the Broncos, who I guess I didn't realize this. Do you know right now they are at 31, not 32? So Seattle wins that tiebreaker for whatever reason. Okay. So we got tons to get into today. What a great day. We're so glad you're listening and watching on YouTube and Twitch. We really appreciate that. So here we go. It's PHC on 92.5. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, guys, here we are in the new year. Time to make some real positive changes in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and you're ready to move past that frustration and embarrassment, well, I've got the answer. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So all you have to do is hit them up, and there's no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. Their phone number, this is good to put in your phone, 720-440-7900. Their website is RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's a new year, so make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. It's fantastic. If it doesn't work in the office, that $99, don't worry about it. But the testos, you could be having sex the next day. A lot of men do. So here you go. You've been thinking about it. Time to put it into action in 2026. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Time for your keyword on Avs Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's. It's Tim. T-I-M. Text it now to 303-504-0925 with your name and enter for tickets to the Avs Senators for Thursday night. Don't forget about $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizzas, just $10. Again, your keyword for this hour is Tim. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. And Dan, have we had word about Scott and or are we just kind of
We're just waiting until they get settled in Boston.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, that's cool. By the way, Gabriel Landeskog. And again, Dan, update us. If we hear anything, let us know. You might have some developments here. Jared Bednar said that Connor McGahey put this out here. Devon Taves looks like a couple of weeks. So for the Olympics, it's looking pretty good for Taves to still, go to the Olympics. A couple weeks. Gabe is going to be interesting. Now, there's a guy from the Swedish national team, and apparently he's put it out there. They're not taking Gabe off the list, Tyler.
Okay.
That they're still planning on Gabe being available for the Olympics as of now.
I wouldn't mind if they just went and took him off the list.
Yeah, so I doubt that's something Gabe's going to voluntarily pull himself off of. I'm going to guess, as much as I'm sure winning a Stanley Cup means playing for Team Sweden in the Olympics is going to be a big deal for him too. So how do you feel about that? You think Gabe should go through rehab for the Olympics?
I'm definitely not going to argue against the culture of hockey. The culture is what it is. Olympics is a huge deal to them. The players take it very, very serious. The league takes it very, very serious. So, that's the culture is what it is. Do I love it from a selfish point of view? No, I hate it. I hate the idea of either one of Taves or Landeskog, even remotely rushing themselves back for games that don't mean anything to the Colorado Avalanche. But hockey culture it's there. It's strong. It's heavy. And I know these guys, if they've got the physical ability to feel like they can help their country, that's what they're going to want to do.
We have pregame today at 4:30, an early one, as the Avs take on the Lightning. And so that's tough road trip. Short one, but tough. Meanwhile, the Nuggets on this epic journey. 13 days, 7 games, the longest road trip they've had in years and years. They've had a couple of over the years, like a 6-game, 12-day sort of deal, but this game-wise, day-wise, this is something else. Can you believe our boy Scott has been gone? Think about this for a second. Since the day after Christmas, he's been on the road. Pretty wild to think about when you just think about your own lives, everything you've done since Christmas, including a whole other holiday. For most people, some form of vacation, like back to school and back to work. And Scott's and the crew, Scott, Katie, Kaz, Marlo, all on the road for all that time.
It's a long time.
That is bananas to me. But
you know what I worry about? I worry about a letdown when you get home. It's like,
sure.
Oh, boy, we're finally home. Deep breath, hang out with the kids, staying up late, playing video games with them, whatever, getting caught up on school plays. I mean,
sure.
That's going to be they're going to feel a huge responsibility to their family when they get back.
Well, Scott has talked about that quite a bit, that oftentimes it's that first game home that's the toughest, and that happens against Atlanta Friday. So a couple days from now, but Friday.
How long will they have been home?
A day. They'll stay over. They have the game against Boston tomorrow, and they'll stay over for sure. They're not going to travel that late. There's no point, I don't think. You can double check with Scott. So I assume they'll be traveling on Thursday. But then, right back into the fire on January 9th, and then Sunday against Milwaukee, and then they go on the road again. So they're only home for the weekend, and then they go on the road for Tuesday and Wednesday. They got a back-to-back. So they've got 3 and 4 nights starting on Sunday with 2 of those on the road. And they don't come back for a good stretch of time until January 17th against Washington, then another back-to-back against Charlotte. Yikes. So rough, man. I mean, tough schedule.
Yep.
No doubt about it. They are 2-2 without Jokic. What do you think? What would you be happy with without Jokic up to the All-Star break? Now that we kind of see what it takes to win a game these days.
Well, the 4-game stretch has been incredible. If you're telling me that we're going to win 50% of the games, cool, man. No harm, no foul. Let's go. I mean, we're going to be in great shape when it's all said and done to still be fighting for significant playoff seedings, right? Realistically, it's probably going to slow off here, right?
Yeah.
And if you could win 40% of those games, I mean, that'd be great.
Do you think they could ever do something like that again? What they did last night?
To that degree, it would be really, really tough because you got to think about everything that went into it. It took Jalen Pickett having a game of a life. It took Zeke Najee coming out there and being on fire. It took Hunter, being phenomenal when it mattered. Everybody added up to a magical experience. You probably can get a hot hand or two in any given game, but to get them all hot at the right time, that's going to be tough to match.
When I look at the team stats for last night, Nuggets didn't shoot great from the free throw line, 21 of 28, 75%. Sixers shot better. But they did shoot better overall. However, turnovers leading to points, dude, they had 19 turnovers that led to 28 points. It's just giving away baskets. That's not good. I'm just laughing. They got beat points in the paint. Where's fast break? Fast break. They did win in the fast break. They did win that. More importantly, they had a higher percentage in shooting threes. They were 18 and 37. But they only made one more three than the Sixers. The Sixers were 17 and 45.
Right.
I'm giddy that they won. Can they do this again? I don't know, because they got some more back-to-backs coming up. I'm just going off in the next 10 games. They've got 2 back-to-backs within those 10 games.
I mean, here's the good news, though, is that it's not always going to be this extreme in the stretch without Nikola Jokic. Like AG and Christian, it's ramp up. It's I know you're talking about the back-to-backs for a reason. Because that's when it's going to be extreme.
Right.
But it's not always extreme, right? You should have firepower. You should have help from these other guys along the way.
Right. So
which is going to de-emphasize the importance of the games that are back-to-back as long as you're getting some wins here and there when you've got the other guys.
Their next back-to-back it's January 6th. So it's not for a while. It's not for 8 days. They have New Orleans on the 13th, and then at New Orleans, then at Dallas. And the reason I do bring up the back-to-backs, like you're saying, is that if you're having guys recover from injury, even Jamal, you're not going to try to stress him out. So, I mean, in 8 days, are they healthy enough where you don't have to do what you did last night?
Probably, yeah. I think you probably are.
Okay. I hope so. I hope that's the case, because you could be staring at this all over again in Dallas on the 14th if that's not the case. What's going on with Hardaway? Is he just sick? I think he just had the flu or something.
Yeah,
right?
illness.
Yeah, he was just sick.
Are you seeing what's going on with the flu right now?
I have not, no.
Oh, it's like a severe outbreak across Colorado.
Oh, is that right?
Severe.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I have not noticed that. The world's a different place when the kids aren't in school and you're just, not around human beings.
I think Dan Tanner got it over the break.
Dan was sick.
I don't think I had the flu, but I was sick.
Yeah. Anyways, wow. So 303-504-0925. Let's see here. What is this saying? Come on, DMac. Are you even more of a half-empty glass than Brett is in the morning? About what? Are you just finding things that they didn't do well? What is he talking about?
I think he's just talking about saying that this probably can't be done again.
Oh my God. That's a compliment to what they did last night. Do you think I'm ripping on them? Oh, I don't mean to do that at all. I'm blown away with everything, with their spirit, the way they came together as a team. Everything. Oh, I don't mean to be like that. Here's Jalen Pickett talking about it.
Guys are out, the starters are out. You guys come in tonight and perform. Just talk about the team effort.
Yeah, we felt like we didn't play well last game, and we needed to come out with a bunch of energy and effort tonight. So, when you come in with that mindset and you're trying to steal a game, anything can happen.
Let's talk about you, man. You're a 4-year guy. You don't get rattled. You've been in big games before. It definitely showed tonight. Just talk about your level of confidence and the way you played tonight.
Definitely. I mean, with all our starters out, we needed a leader. So they looked to, me, Bruce, and PY to kind of lead us in this game. And, we came out and we knew it was going to start on the defensive end. So when you come out, play with that effort, and get easy baskets in transition, confidence just builds.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, I do not mean to be Debbie Downer. If you're out there and you think Jalen Pickett's capable of, a 29 spot again,
I think they
cool.
are. I think all those guys are individually capable of doing that again. The question is, can you get a night where they all do it at the same time?
All right, I'm going to roll with you on that because you're in the NBA for a reason. You're a pro athlete
Correct.
for a reason. It is to be the last guy on the bench for the worst NBA team is a hell of an accomplishment, period. So what is it about that setting last night do you think sort of emboldened them to play better than they ever have as NBA players?
I think there is a freedom at times. Like Michael Porter Jr., for example, might be an example of it. There's a freedom that comes. Oftentimes, you're in a niche role that you're asked to serve, and you're told what your expectations are. You're told when to shoot, when to not shoot. You're told where to be all the time, right? When you're serving in a limited capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And when you just take the gloves off, when you take the reins off, and you say, go play ball, you feel the freedom that kind of empowers you almost back when you're in high school and you're like, okay, you're telling me I can do anything I want tonight? Let's go.
Powerful. Yeah, you don't have to look over your shoulders tonight. Hunter Tyson, Jalen Pickett, don't worry about it. You're not coming out.
Yeah.
It's your game.
Nor is your role limited to, sitting in the corner and waiting for the ball to get to you.
Nope. Be aggressive. Shoot. Go for it. Got nothing to lose. And let's see how you do.
The freedom to fail is a huge thing as an athlete. Huge thing.
Deron Holmes, not so great. Okay. Spencer Jones, though, well, he played 43 minutes, and he's a starter on this team anyways. Bruce Brown is a starter, 19 points in 39 minutes. Nice for Bruce, right? Like, Bruce has had a couple of, moments of late. Pickett, 29. Peyton Watson, 24. Peyton Watson has just become a flat-out, he did not get the contract. Christian Brown was rewarded. Peyton Watson was not. That did happen before the season. But Peyton Watson, to me, is as close to a starter that you're going to find on the team without being a starter. He is an absolute regular rotation guy, as is Hardaway Jr., as is Bruce Brown, as is Valanciunas. Like, those four dudes, whatever. But Zeke Naji? Oh, man, he's been on a milk carton for the most of the season, Tyler. 21 points in 32 minutes. Wow. How about that incredible reverse near the end of the game? Like, what are we doing here? 14 points for Hunter Tyson, including 2 for 4 from 3. Shoot that ball, right? Shoot it. And yeah, we got a guy named Curtis Jones on the team. I wouldn't blame anybody if they didn't realize we had 2 guys named Jones on the team. Curtis and Spencer, both Mr. Jones. Just awesome. And David Adelman pointed out, in terms of remarkable games in their history, this one may be better than when they played 7 against Utah, because they did play 7, but they had Jokic.
Yep.
What do you think this does for the rest of the team in the season here, Tyler? What do you think it does?
Well, I mean, hopefully it just empowers the bench because we're not going to be going through this phase forever where we're relying on these guys to be in a role that is different than what it's going to be the rest of the season. And then the hope is once it kind of reverts back to the normal role of when and where you will be playing on this basketball team, well, it's just empowered a confidence in you that the bench is a phenomenal asset of this team, which it has been.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a phenomenal asset. But it just doubles it down.
What do you think this does to Philadelphia?
I don't know. I mean, I think you just write it off. Almost like we write off Thursday night football games sometimes in the NFL, and you're just like, that doesn't count. I think you just write it off and you just act like, honestly, turn it into ghost film, move on.
Yeah.
Boys, that never happened.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you this, it ain't ever happening for Philadelphia. Like, I don't know. Who knows what the rest of the season, they ain't serious. Embiid, I know he dropped 30. He looks broken down. He's 7'1" or whatever he is, playing against guys. He's like 5 inches taller than everybody out there. Of course, he's going to get some buckets. But he ain't the same. Paul George, he ain't the same. Listen, these guys, Edgewood, these guys had good games on paper. But there's just something that this team doesn't have. Which, I don't know, man. I don't really hate any Eastern Conference team. But I guess I'm more annoyed by Philadelphia than any other team. So I thought it was amazing. Let me play you the full locker room thing here. So it's going to be some celebration at first, but you're going to hear Adelman get a little choked up.
Hell yeah. I'm about, boy. Yeah.
Hey, yo, that was one of the best NBA wins I've ever been a part of in my life. Again, I've done this for a long time. That was everybody that played giving something to the game. Scrapping, fighting, just trying to find a way to win the game, man. I cannot tell you how proud I am of you. Okay, and just a reaction to what happened yesterday. Guys are out. Okay, we come to play, we come to win. Every game we play. I don't want to go much further now, I'll get emotional. That was special, man. That was special right there. All right? That was absolutely amazing. Bring it in, fellas. That was incredible. Unbelievable, man. Here we go.
Together on 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Pretty special. He said later when he was interviewed, like, there's a lot of games you're just going to forget. They just come and go. And then there's other games that you're going to, sit back on your porch and have a beer and talk about. And he goes, that was one of them last night.
That's a memory that goes in the bank.
Pretty awesome. Okay. Again, we'll have David Adelman on. We're expecting him at some point as they land in Boston and get Scott's reaction on it too. Tyler, we got a further film breakdown of the Broncos, and I'm dying to hear what your thoughts are about the Broncos offensive line. And we have news about VJ. Wow. Holy cow with VJ. Details on that coming up next.
Yeah, I think obviously really sharp. Kept him out of the end zone again. Played a lot of different guys. Got some work out there. DMac, elite pick 6. We've been talking about turnovers, and he got one early in the game and really sparked us. Got a good lead. Benito got his sacks. Got after the quarterback. Got a good fumble off of one. So we talked about that a lot, and that's something down the stretch we want to do a better job at. Not do a better job at, but continue to do well in is the turnover battle. And today we won that, and it just does a number on the opponent, and it's obviously better for us when we win the turnover battle.
All right, your keyword, by the way, is Tim. You still have a few minutes to get that in, and we'll have another keyword. It's powered by Papa Murphy's and Avs Ticket Tuesday for the Sens game. VJ, Tyler.
Yeah.
So you look at the list. Who's he interviewing with? Cardinals, Giants, Raiders, and Titans. So the only team that has a job that he's not scheduled to interview with is the Falcons for now.
Okay.
And we'll see where it goes. So, wow. Because we were speculating, like, where is he on the pecking order? You know what? He might be number 1.
Well, he's not number 1. Stefanski's 1.
Is he interviewing with every team, Stefanski?
He doesn't need to because he's going to pick.
Let me go back. Let me go backwards.
But no, my point is the amount of teams that you interview for doesn't imply you're the hottest candidate.
Let me back up then. I think VJ right now, I don't know any other candidate that will be interviewing with this many teams. So far, this is 4 out of the 5.
Okay. Yeah.
So from whatever metric that is, he's leading the path as far as I can tell. Do you think there'll be anybody else who is 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 5? Do you think there's anybody else that'll be like this in this round?
Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I know Jeff Hafley is another hot candidate. I would imagine he'll get a few. Like, it depends on, like, if you're Stefanski, and I'm not trying to go back to that just to argue, but if you're Stefanski and you're like, well, I just want to get to know these organizations because I get to choose, right? I've got X amount of teams that are available, and I'm really the one interviewing them rather than the other way around. Then he can interview for as many as he wants just because he wants to go meet with them. I don't know if there'll be, Brian Flores is also going to be on that list. I think you're right. Outside of Stefanski, Vance Joseph, he's high on that list.
All right. Is he a slam dunk then to get one of these?
I don't know about slam dunk. I think he's got a really good shot. And it does sort of feel like now or never for him. The thing about being a defensive coordinator is I do think you got to time it right. I think offensive coordinators can still get credit for previous success. Say their offense is not having as much success this year, but they killed it in previous years. Mm-hmm. It just feels like defensive coordinators, they got to time it when it's right. All of a sudden you got one down year and you never know where things are going to go. So I think that Vance is going to have a job. I honestly do think that Vance is going to be a little bit more selective than he was previously. Like taking the Raiders job, it's just like you're going to go there to get fired, okay? Now, it's not a bad thing to get fired as a head coach because you're going to get paid a whole lot of money to get fired.
Yeah.
But if you feel like you've got success in other places, you got to be a little bit more selective. So, yeah, I do think Vance is going to get hired this year, and I'm really, really rooting for him.
Okay. Who do you think fits him the best? Of those 4, and we haven't heard about the Falcons, but you never know. But out of those 4, who do you think fits him the best?
Okay, let's go through them one by one. So Cardinals, I don't think the Cardinals are actually going to offer him the job. And my only theory there, I think the Cardinals love Vance Joseph. He's got a great relationship there. He did a really good job when he was the defensive coordinator when he was there. I'm sure he's got a great relationship. I just feel like the natural tendency is that when you fire a defensive coach, you go hire an offensive coach. They're firing Vance Joseph right now and Jonathan Gannon. That's who they just fired. So I think they're going to go in a different direction.
Giants,
I think is pretty attractive. There's a lot of good things there. It's probably, if you like Jackson Dart, the most appealing job that's available.
Raiders, you kind of already talked about.
Don't do it. Just don't do it. Like honestly, I don't know why anybody that has an option. I know if you don't have an option, you take the job. If you got an option, I don't know why you take that Raiders job.
And then Titans.
Titans, I think, is interesting too. I think that's a decent job for him. So I like the Titans and I like the Giants for Vance Joseph.
Okay.
If he likes Cam Ward and if he likes Jackson Dart. If you don't like those guys, honestly, those become very complex situations because there's no out around them.
Last one here, and we're gonna get to Scott here in a second. Is it slam dunk? Do you think that he takes Davis Webb no matter where he goes? Like Davis Webb will be gone.
It feels very logical. Slam dunk, no. But it's very logical, yeah.
Okay. Well, there's some interesting pieces of the puzzle, and every good team loses good pieces. Happens every year. So another sense of urgency maybe for the Broncos to get serious about it, as they are, and get things done. We'll get back to the Broncos, especially with your breakdown. We'll have to make a little bit of an adjustment because David Adelman will join us in 9 minutes. So that's very cool. And Scott Hastings joins us now from Boston. Scott, we spent the first 40 minutes of the show just talking about every aspect of last night, but would love to hear your 2 cents on it.
I think you've had you've only had 2 wins on this road trip, but I think both of them have been kind of iconic. Ifs and nuts were candy and butts. That Orlando game we said yesterday, right? If you just won that game, you'd be right now living in a fantastic road trip with all the injuries that have surrounded him. But, dude, man, first question you asked about was David Adelman going off after that Brooklyn game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think the results will be? and I think you saw some results. And I think you all saw another thing too. And we'll ask David when he gets back in here. I thought the guys in Brooklyn took a step back because AG's back and Christian's back and what did they tell us? What do we want to do? And last night there was no one out there to tell anybody what to do, and so they just went out there and played their butts off, and it was an entertaining game, man. I thought it was as good of a win as Denver's ever had, period.
How was the mood traveling to Boston?
Pretty light. Good. I think everybody was in a pretty good mood, and it was kind of neat. We pull up 2 buses. We kind of get off, and the guys that played last night on the first bus is all players and the coaches for most part of the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
They let those dudes that played off last night got off the bus first.
That's
and I don't
cool.
think that's always the case. And
That's
I thought
cool.
that was kind of
Give
cool.
it a little standing ovation on the way off the bus.
That's really cool.
I didn't see any of that, but other than Christian Brown, he went out, and then I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, and then everybody else, then it was Pickett and Zeke and Bruce and Najee and
Hunter
Tyson, and I don't think I've ever noticed that before, that it's all, for a lack of a better term, right, the other guys. So, maybe it was just how it worked out that the day, but I thought it was appropriate.
Okay, juxtapose that in a 48-hour period with a very disappointing game in Brooklyn.
Well, again, you brought 2 guys back, and I look back at that game now, and I even said it during the broadcast. I thought, guys, and we're going to talk to David, so I don't want. I'm just going to tell you what I saw, and it was great being able to watch a game, not have to call it. Here's what I saw. I saw a coach whose game plan was go out there, and when you get open, chuck it. Let's go. Let's shoot it. Play basketball.
Go for it.
Get it up the floor, and let's just go for it. What are you thinking about? And I thought Pickett and some of the other guys that got to play in that Brooklyn game were always thinking, Pickett turned down a shot from 4 feet in that Brooklyn game, and he's taking step-back threes against Philly.
Yeah, Scott, that's what I said also, is that it felt like it's almost like they went back to high school where they're the best player in the state by far, and it's when you take the role off of them and you say, hey, this isn't what we want you to do in tonight's game plan, and you just say, go do whatever the hell you want to do, well, that's pretty fun for those guys.
Yep, and I'm going to tell you what, without Joker for the next, 3 weeks or whatever it's going to be, I'm not sure that shouldn't – and this will take pressure off Jamal. We've seen that all the teams have done since Joker's got out have tried to bog the game down by always doubling Jamal, beating Jamal up 94 feet. If you can get a rebound, get it out, go, and you're not just sitting there. And I thought there was time they're all just sitting there. Where's Jamal at? Where's AG? You know, they're doing it. And last night they weren't looking for none of them cats. They were just absolutely playing. And I'm not sure that night might not have to be the style they play with the next 3 weeks.
All right. Well, we'll take a break and we'll come back with David Adelman to talk about the best win in Nuggets history. Maybe next.
Here we go. 5.3 seconds left. Denver leads it by 1. Philadelphia needs a bucket for the win. Inbound over to Maxey. Maxey has it at the point. 2 seconds to go. Floater. Missed it at the horn. And what a miracle. The Denver Nuggets, with a ragtag team, stunned the Philadelphia 76ers in overtime. 125 to 124. Oh my God, what a win! That is incredible. Absolutely insanity.
That was one of the best NBA wins I've ever been a part of in my life. Again, I've done this for a long time. That was everybody that played giving something to the game. Scrapping, fighting, just trying to find a way to win the game, man. I cannot tell you how proud I am of you. Okay, and just a reaction to what happened yesterday. Guys are out. Okay, we come to play, we come to win. Every game we play. I don't want to go much further now, I'll get emotional. That was special, man. That was special right there. All right?
Wow. So cool. And David Adelman joins us right now as they've landed in Boston. Scott set up as well. We're back here in Denver. And, Coach, we are beside ourselves. And some of the reactions are epic and historic. Why did you get so emotional there? What was it about it that almost brought you to some tears in the locker room afterwards?
Yeah, I just looking at the guys in the group, and it's one of those nights where you're looking at a bunch of people that have been waiting for their opportunity. They haven't been playing, haven't had their chance. And you put them in a really tough circumstance, sitting guys out, and guys are hurt and banged up, and you're saying go play against Embiid, and go out there and compete. And you can say all these words, but they have to go do it. So it was just I think I was just reacting to all their personal situations because I do care about it. And I know how frustrating that can be to work every day and not get the opportunity that you're working for. So it's just cool to see those guys show out, in a national TV game and with so many odds stacked against them. Mm-hmm. I just thought they did it with effort. So it just kind of hit me looking at all of them, just how jacked they were to one play and then find a way to compete well enough to win a game like that. So it was just, I think taking the whole scene in and looking all those guys in the eye was a cool moment.
It was a cool moment. David, I said this, and you got on him after that game in Brooklyn about effort and everything else. I said this, and I'll give you an example and see if you have any thoughts on this. I thought even in the Brooklyn, you bring AG back, you bring CB comes back, you got two more of your quote unquote established guys going to play after 18 and 22 games out. I thought guys, were hesitant again and looking, okay, where's AG? I got to find AG, and or Murray's been playing. I got to find Jamal. To the point where Jalen Pickett turned down a 4-foot little jumper in the paint when nobody in front of him in that Brooklyn game. He's taking step-back threes in that game. They weren't looking to let somebody else do it. I thought they got caught a little bit up into, it's not supposed to be me. It's supposed to be those guys in that Brooklyn game. And there was a freedom last night that they didn't play with in Brooklyn.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. There was some hesitant play. And I think, and then if you couple that with just the effort not being good enough to win an NBA game, it's going to look ugly. And you're right. I think last night it really is you look around and you say, well, it's me. And I thought those guys throughout, especially early in the game and the third quarter, just trying to make the right play for each other. We got loose with the ball towards the end, but I was just proud of the guys just making the right play throughout. The amount of threes we got up in that game, I thought the majority were really good looks. Guys that get to play free. A lot of guys had the ball that don't usually have it, and it made things happen. I mean, it was a hell of a game, man. It was awesome.
Coach, all these guys are amazing, world-class basketball players. They're probably capable individually of scoring 15 to 20 points any given night, but the amazing part is that they all did it, right? And I'm just curious, the conversation beforehand, do you tell these guys, hey, forget about your roles you previously had, go out there and let it loose and take the gloves off, no limitations?
Yeah, and I also think you just approach the game exactly as you would any other game. And I give John Beckett, our assistant coach, a lot of credit. It was his scout, and the way he described the game plan was as if we were fully healthy. And I thought it was cool. I think the guys respected that this is not like we're just going to show up and play and we know the situation's tough. It was like, no, this is a professional approach, and you guys can play. So let's go win the game. Let's not just show up, feel good about competing, and say, hey, well, the odds are stacked against us and we lost by 8. But, hey, that's it's a moral victory. Like, we really went there to try to win the game. So it just was cool, the whole approach the whole day. I felt good about it in the sense of just the attitude of the guys, and they were so excited to play. So, yeah, it just all came together. And obviously, the way we won it, I'll be honest, thank God it was a run-out layup for Bruce because it was tough to know where to go there at the end, just the way they guarded us. And guys not usually in those situations. So it was just a really special night, one I'll never forget.
Listen, you since Joker went out, and you knew this, and you and I talked last week when I sat down with you, and oh, by the way, that was still on this road trip we're still on a week ago. Everybody's gotten real physical with Jamal, and they've double-teamed Jamal whenever he comes out. I mean, there's times they don't care who the heck's behind Jamal. That being said, last night, and you guys started from the jump, I think you got up 9-2, if I'm not mistaken. You guys just got it up quick, and I've always said this, get it up quick, and you don't have to shoot it right away. But now all of a sudden the defense is in a little bit of a scramble mode and maybe not thinking about double teaming this guy or that guy or this guy. Is the way you kind of had the mentality, the way you played last night, is that sustainable? Even now adding, okay, let's add Christian back, and let's add Aaron back, and let's add Jamal back, and all these other – can you still kind of play that way where it's free and quick and get it up and let's go and let's move, make sure everybody's still cutting? You guys are still running a lot of the same screens and everything that you normally do, but it just seemed quicker. Yeah, I would agree with that. I do think it'll take time, for these guys coming back off the injuries to get to full speed. And last night we had fresh bodies that honestly – behind the scenes, there's no cameras, are playing every day and working out every day and are in really good shape. And so we had made the point to those guys like, hey, look, against their set defense, it's going to be tough. I mean, they have size, they have length, VJ, the young kid, Paul George on the wings. So for us to play faster, it put them in tough situations where they'd match up with different people, gave us more of the clock, to work it side to side, knowing that it was going to be a little tougher to score. I agree with that. Our pace is a big part of the reason why we, one, got the lead, and then two, I'm sure anybody watching, once they went up 8-9 in the second half, I'm sure there was like okay, now it's over feeling. And I just thought the guys just kept coming, like with their pace and their confidence. We just kind of, I always say this, you can walk down a game many ways, and that one was how we did it. We just kept flying up and down the court, trying to make something happen. Hunter Tyson had that run that really got us back into it. So there's just so many guys that had these like special moments throughout the night. I'll say this: you're talking about Jamal Murray getting blitzed and double teams. Jalen Pickett got it going so much last night that they actually doubled him for a whole quarter and an overtime. So it's like it was that kind of night, man. It was a special night.
How maybe you can walk us through the process of being the most publicly critical you've been of your team since you've been a head coach, no doubt about it. And how you approach that with the team, your decision to take that public for what you needed to do, and your confidence that it would hopefully go in the right direction rather than, tailspin and go sideways. I'm curious about that process as a coach and what you went through, where you were more critical of the team than you've ever been publicly.
Yeah, I thought it was deserved. When you criticize a team, it's a reflection of me. Also, it's my job for them to come with the right approach. And I'll be honest, that was the first time all year that I felt like that, because I think other times we've had struggles. There's scheduling things, there's fatigue, there's 4 games and whatever, 5 now, whatever it is. That one felt just the overall energy wasn't appropriate, and I think the guys took it to heart because they agreed. We watched the film the next day and, hammered it home just so they could see themselves. Like, this is how you played. You just got up and down. Like, there wasn't enough purpose to what we did until the fourth quarter, but by that time you're down 15, 18 points. And so it's just having a better approach, and it didn't matter who was going to play in that game. I thought whoever would play would respond appropriately, and it was good to see them do that.
Yeah. Hey, again, I asked you a week ago about almost enjoying going into the game. The Toronto game was similar than obviously last night too. And you've got experience as being a high school coach, and I always say this: some of the greatest coaches in the entire world are high school coaches, because you're dealing with everything: adolescence, breakups, heartaches, split homes. Just so much crap that every night coaches really got to coach. Watching you on the sideline last night, you had fun. That was fun for you, not just the players. You had fun in that game, didn't you?
I did, and I know Embiid a little bit. I was in Africa with him for an NBA event, and I know Maxey a little bit. And just them looking at us and being looking at us like, oh my God, you guys are playing so hard. And just for our guy, we got Spencer Jones on and Joel Embiid, man. Like he's fronting him the whole game. We're switching. We had Bruce Brown fronting him. It was fun. It was fun to kind of junk with the defenses. Our zone was actually pretty effective in that game when they went on a run. It was fun. It was fun to come into the timeouts and say, you know what, let's try to run an ATO for Hunter Tyson. Let's see if we can get him a three. Just like, no, I really mean it. And it was like, why not be creative in that game?
Oh my God.
I don't know, the guys reacted well to it. I just thought there were so many times where they scored, and I felt like the effort was so great that it was almost, in a way, comical. Like, we can't do anything else, man. We did everything we could do, but Joel Embiid is just a big human being. So it was, it was one of those nights. You just remember it for the energy, not just the win.
Hey, just to put some perspective.
You didn't have to tell Hunter Tyson twice about running the play for him now. Come on now.
No, he was so
hell no. He likes to shoot the ball.
About time. It's like, okay. Duh.
About time, Coach.
It's funny. By the way, you probably didn't notice it. This is pretty funny, though. Spencer Jones goes on a podcast. I don't have a car, he says. I live close. I walk. All right. Spencer Jones is getting attention because he has a LinkedIn profile. He's okay. Like, I think he's doing all right in life, but so he updated his LinkedIn profile and talked about guarding a 300-pound center. Like, he put that in his LinkedIn profile today, which is, I'm laughing, Coach, it's like that. But it is a reminder, like, at some point in all these guys' careers, at some point, they were the greatest player in the history of their high school, their AAU team, their college. You know what I mean, Coach? At some point, they were. It's just they have to sort of embody that spirit. And kudos for you to get it done. Am I right about that, though? Is that a fair assumption?
Absolutely. I think that's the trick of the NBA that people don't understand is guys that can come to our league and accept being something different when your whole life you've been driven to be the best, and you were the best in some aspect. For them to kind of turn back the clock and taking Embiid one-on-one over and over.
It's funny.
I was trying to get Joel at every pick and roll I could. Sometimes it was nasty, but we were like, just keep bringing out the next person. Just to try to make him work a little bit because the other end was so tough for us. But yeah, you're right. And those guys embodied that last night I was the man at some point.
At some point.
When we had those, and we had a bunch of those moments last night. So it was really cool.
All right,
I played 11 years in the league. I think I averaged just under 2 points and 2 rebounds a game, and I'm in 5 basketball Hall of Fame. Tell me how that works.
No, exactly right.
That's how it goes.
Right.
Okay, can you tell us what can you share about injury updates to? I don't know, everybody, I guess. Like, what can you bring us up to speed with everybody who's been out?
Yeah, all three, as far as the CB, Aaron, Jamal thing, will all be reevaluated today. They'll get treatment, and then tomorrow we'll have a shoot-around, so we'll get a chance to see where they're at in their baseline. And, I mean, for me, I need to know, too, just if we're game planning. So we'll figure that out tomorrow. Tim should be good to go.
Okay.
But this is what it is right now, and it's. I was going to say this too. I know we didn't win the game, but even the Cleveland game, I thought we played so hard.
Agreed.
And we just we ran out of gas.
Agreed.
We missed wide open shots. But I feel like if we can do that, even win or lose, if we can play that way, I think we'll find to get enough wins to keep ourselves in a good spot. So that's going to be the goal here.
All right,
That's
Coach.
Well so what you're saying is you'll find out after shoot around tomorrow whether you got to drop a couple more ATOs for Hunter.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 100%.
You got to put one in and shoot around tomorrow. Call this one. Hey, we're calling this one Tyson. Let's go.
Well,
Exactly right.
we'll send word to your family you're still alive.
I know. I was going to ask if you remember how to get home.
Yeah. It's weather's nice here, Coach.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be 27 degrees and snowing when we land.
It is supposed to take a turn when you guys get back home. It is. That is true. But hey, David, listen, man, it's a long season. There's so far to go. It's ridiculous. But I'm glad you could enjoy this one, even for just a moment, because it was so special. So, and we're thrilled that you would join us too. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And just throw for those guys, man. That was a really, really special thing. Don't never forget it.
Okay. All right, Coach. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Coach.
All right.
That's going to go down in annals.
I'm sorry?
That's going to go down in the annals of history. That's going to listen. We can talk bigger games, Super Bowl wins, NBA championship games, Game 7 wins, right? Sweeping the Lakers in the playoffs the year you went on to win it. And we could probably talk bigger games, Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure there's a better game.
No, especially when you just talk about like least expected things you didn't expect. Scott, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the show. Like, it'd be the equivalent. Actually, it's not even. Like, I think it's more so because the Chargers were playing some starters, but it would be the equivalent of the Chargers coming into Denver and getting a win last week without Justin Herbert and their guys, But at least they had some of their guys out there.
Hey, Scott, when did you think last night winning? I was just like, are they going to keep it close? Even when it was tied at halftime.
Well,
but when
you texted me.
Yeah.
You texted me when they were kind of can they win this thing? I said, because let me tell you where I was, because we didn't do the game, and seating and everything was questionable.
Yeah.
So we'd gone out to dinner. We're walking back, and we walked by this little sports bar, and the game is just starting. So Scott Bay and I stop, and we're staring in the window.
Okay.
Because we're going to go home and get it on the laptop or whatever.
Right.
And we watch it, and all of a sudden, ching, 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 2-0, ching, 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 5-0. Oh, wait, ching, 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 9-2. I looked at Scott, I go, why don't we go in and watch this? And so we went into the bar to sit and watch that game, and you're texting me a couple times, what am I watching? What am I seeing right here? And you said, how can they win it? I said, if they make 27 threes, now they didn't do that, but you know what they did? I think they made 18 or 19, and they shot 49%.
Correct.
From the three, I believe.
They were specifically, they were 17. Hold on, I got it right here. They were
17 for 37 or something like that?
I'm sorry, 18 for 37, which is 49%. Well, the Sixers were 17 of 45, so the Nuggets only, but the percentage does matter because it matters like, and by the way, Scott, dude, 19 turnovers for the Nuggets for 28 points, that's not good. And they shot 21 of 28 from the line. That's not good. I mean, it's really not that great.
They got to the line more than Philly, and they matched them rebounding wise, which I think was big.
Hey, Scott, how about in overtime? 5 points.
Yeah.
But the Sixers had 4.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, listen, that team scored 120 in regulation, so just keep that in mind. When you look at, that team scored 120 points in regulation.
Oh my God!
It's his man. I don't know. Maybe some listeners out there know some other games that were just okay. This is going to be an ass whooping, and maybe that Green Bay Super Bowl.
No, you know what, Scott?
12.5-point dogs, right? Maybe you're like, there's no way they're supposed to play with Green Bay, and you end up winning.
I got one. I got one on the text line.
So
it's great. It's better than my comp of the Chargers. This is perfect. That win was the equivalent of if the Broncos would have beat the Saints with 0 quarterbacks.
Yes.
That's the best comp that I've seen.
Oh, what a game. All right,
Yeah.
we'll talk more about it as we
But
go.
they didn't.
Correct.
They did not. No, not even close. Here is your keyword for Avs Ticket Tuesday. It's Drake, Drake. Your first and last name to 303-504 to enter for Avs Sends tickets. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Papa Murphy's. Thank you, Papa Murphy's. January 19th is Educator Appreciation Day at Ball. Each ticket package includes a game ticket and a hockey stick tumbler. Get yours at coavs.com/educator. Again, 120 keyword for the Avs Senators tickets is Drake. Best of luck with that. Okay, we're going to talk more about the basketball game, but Tyler's done a film breakdown of the Broncos and the Chargers, so we'll dig into really the ins and outs of what was going on in that game. No dumb questions on the way, and more reaction to, what the hell did we just watch last night? It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up your phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do so much that they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
I'm curious because I've read that the pressures on Bo Nix were more than he had faced all season and was running around like one of the most pressured quarterbacks in the NFL. So I do wonder. I am very curious what was going on there. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you saw on film.
Yeah, well, these sometimes can be longer segments. Today's not going to be super long. I mean, I watched the film, broke down the offensive film last night, and the reality is it's not great. I mean, matter of fact, it was pretty bad. There's stuff at times that looks okay, and there's players at time that looks okay, but the totality of it was a pretty awful product. The offensive line obviously got a lot of attention in this game. I'll start by saying the offensive line's been fantastic in totality. There was a weakness exposed this week against the Denver Broncos offensive line, and it was not one-on-one matchups. That was not the problem. The problem was not individuals getting beat by other individuals. The problem was that the Chargers decided we're mainly going to rush 4 guys and we're going to game the hell out of it. Meaning we got 2-man twists. We got 3-man twists. Every now and then you'd even see a 4-man twist. So your defensive tackle's gonna pinch, hit the offensive tackle on the inside shoulder. The defensive end's gonna loop inside. Those type of things, right? And I'm telling you, the Broncos could not freaking handle it. The offensive line couldn't handle it.
What was different?
Well, I mean, first off, I hadn't seen a team as aggressively try this.
Okay.
Now it's a very risky thing when you run as many games as the Chargers defensive line did. If you do that against a team that can run the ball well, you're going to get gashed. Like either you get gashed or it's a TFL. It's one of those two, right? But the Chargers were just running game after game after game after game, and I'm telling you, we couldn't pass it off. We've got centers that don't see the loop. We've got guards that aren't getting a good push off to level them off to the center.
Okay.
We've got tackles that are not dragging their inside hand. It's those things that all just compounded. And my fear is that the Chargers actually just exposed a weakness in this offensive line that had not been previously exposed. Now, maybe the offensive line, they learned. Maybe it was a bad day at the office and they come back and they fix things. And I promise you, they're going to be working these games all week long because it was the biggest deficiency that showed up. Garrett Bowles did get banged up. I've been told that his ankle swelled. It was pretty legit.
Okay.
Fortunately, he's got 2 weeks to bounce back from it.
Right.
Offensively, look, you got 4 trips down there in the red zone. You couldn't convert. You had another fantastic drive or 2 where you're stringing together 13, 14 play drives, and you stall out in the red zone. Are there commonalities of why they stalled out in the red zone? Not necessarily. It's a guy here, it's a guy there, it's a bubble screen that was called at the wrong time. Sometimes it was some play calling that I didn't love. But that's got to change. You got to at least convert 1 or 2 of those if you think you're going to win the playoffs. I will say this. It was not all bad, and I'll finish on this. There's 2 guys that I want to point out offensively that I thought were studs. Jaleel McLaughlin was a stud. And it wasn't just what you think. It wasn't just running the ball. I mean, he had 6 attempts for 41 yards. He was fantastic, averaged 6.8. The dude's sitting in there picking up blitz pickups. I mean, little Jaleel McLaughlin throwing his nose in there, picking up blitzing linebackers and stonewalling these dudes. Like, I was just thoroughly impressed by it. Other dude that I would give a game ball to offensively, Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant is a dog when he is blocking. I mean, he is, and he's really good as a receiver, obviously. Pat Bryant as a receiver in this game, what did he have? He had 4 for 31. Our second leading receiver behind Evan Ingram, who had the big catch, which is why he was the leading receiver. But Pat Bryant is a freaking dog, both in the passing game when he's blocking and in the running game when he's blocking. The dude just has got a will and a desire to dominate his opponent, and I just want to give him a tip of the cap.
Scott, what else stood out to you when you think back on the game?
Well, we talked about yesterday. One of and I went and looked at it. The one throw on a 3rd down they had in the red zone, they had R.J. Harvey wide open, and Bo just kind of spirited at him and overthrew him. I think if he just kind of softly gets that in there. I thought Bo's touch, I thought he missed 2 or 3 passes that he just needed to just put a little touch on it. You know, one of the knocks on Elway early in his career was everything was a bullet pass, right? Everything was breaking fingers and putting the star on guys, right? I think a few little more touches, including that one to Harvey, there's at least another touchdown. Now all of a sudden, you know, you're looking at what, 22-3. It's still a wipeout, but it still looks a little better. But and I'm with you. I thought McLaughlin was great, and I told you a few weeks ago. I'm telling you, the best draft pick in that draft so far to me was Bryant. I think he's going to be really good for these guys.
Was Bo Nix running because he had to, or running a little too quick? Were they appropriate scrambles for Bo Nix? Because it felt like he was running all day.
I think they were appropriate. I also think that some of the pressures were because of Bo. It wasn't all the offensive line.
Okay.
Actually, I shouldn't say because of Bo. Let me back that up. They were coverage pressures. There was literally nowhere to throw the football, and the offensive line is blocking their guys for 3 seconds, and all of a sudden Bo's like standing there like a statue, and it's like, all right, well, I got to get the hell out of Dodge eventually.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it was inappropriate the amount that he was running around, but we do got to do a better job of protecting him moving forward.
Who's that on, by the way? Is that on the – I mean, if you just see something that you've never seen. By the way, Bo talked about that afterwards. He said it, and he said it after the Kansas City game. There were things
I don't know what that means, though. Like, okay, so we thought they were going to run more cover 2, and they gave us more man-to-man. Like, football's still football, you know? Like, I don't really know what that means.
Okay, all right. Got me. Is there a commonality that these teams are throwing against the Broncos offense that's working?
I guess I haven't picked up if there is. I mean, the thing that killed us this week was the amount of games, and I've not seen any other opponents attack us the way that the Chargers defense did.
Just to help me out on this, were they showing blitz and backing off to run the games, or
not really?
Not really.
I mean, it was a lot of 4-man rush.
Just here it is.
They had some 5-man rush too, but when you can get home with 4, that's the preference.
Okay. To fix that, is that scheme or mechanics?
Mechanics. It's offensive line. You got to get the punch off. You got to level off. It's an awareness. When my guy is slanting, well, if he's probably slanting for a reason, and now I got to be aware that I got a looper coming over the top. So it's mechanics and awareness to me.
Does Streif, the offensive line coach, is this something that he probably has been coaching, but they've been sloppy with, or are we reintroducing, basic mechanics that they should know?
I mean, I'm not worried about the offensive line. I'm not.
Okay.
Offensive line has been fantastic in totality.
Mm-hmm.
We had a bad week at the office.
Okay. Fixable, not fixable?
Oh, it's fixable for sure.
Okay.
And the reason it's fixable is because I started the whole thing out by saying these were not individuals getting beat by other individuals. That's far more concerning than what I saw here. Like, this was concerning, but you can fix it. Individuals that just don't have the talent to compete against other individuals is not fixable.
Okay. What, if anything, changed dramatically after that first drive, which was actually, aside from not punching it in, but that first drive was great. And it's another one of these drives that the Broncos have gone, 15 plays, 8 minutes, field goal. Unfortunately, not a touchdown. But what changed from that to where the Broncos seemingly couldn't do anything?
First down success. I mean, not managing the down and distance. When you're going to be the type of offense that the Broncos are, which is a grinded out offense, you don't get to fall behind schedule. You fall behind schedule, and all of a sudden you're like, what do I do? It's supposed to be 2nd and 6 here.
Is that more play calling or execution by the players?
I mean, both.
Both. Bad day for Sean Payton?
Probably more execution, to be honest.
Okay. All right. So the things would have worked if things were working better, basically.
Which is always true.
Yeah. All right.
Let me ask one.
Yeah.
What R.J. Harvey running back? What's your thoughts now? We've seen him for an entire year now.
I wish that they would just feature Jaleel. I don't really mean that as like a super shot at RJ Harvey. I just think Jaleel McLaughlin has been a more consistent football player for you.
Yeah.
Now, but Jaleel is limited. Like, he does have limitations. And, like, half the reason why I gave him the game ball is because I didn't expect him to have the ability to pick up a blitz, and he did it, you know?
Was he like Hunter Tyson hitting a three?
Sort of, yeah, right? Like, do I want to see Jaleel in that position all day long?
Right.
Of course not, because at some point the physical limitations do catch up to you.
Was this game a little bit of an indication, hey, man, you'd have been better off drafting Hampton, Judkins, Stevenson, rather than Jahdae Barron?
Maybe. Could be. I mean, nobody counted on losing J.K. Dobbins, but you probably should have counted on it because that's what his history says.
Right. I mean, to think that J.K. Dobbins was going to hang in there for the whole year is kind of silly based on his past. All right. Good stuff.
You also you didn't necessarily expect him to be out for 7-8 weeks, so did you?
I think it was fair, actually, Scott. Like, that's what his history does tell you.
It's been like that for him. Does watching the game closely encourage you?
Discourages me.
It discourages you, really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I mean, now keep in mind, I'm only focused on the offensive film here. That's what this segment was. This is an offensive film segment.
Yeah.
We did a lot of fantastic things defensively, and thank God we got a pick six, because when we got that pick six, it allowed you to be like, all right, deep breath, things aren't working, we're still going to win a football game.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God Nick Benito was getting after the quarterback again. I don't know why he didn't get that one sack. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. But a lot of great things defensively, but if you're asking me specifically about the offense, yeah, it's discouraging.
All right. Well, you got a couple weeks to fix it, right? Actually, the Broncos.
Can that offense get to the Super Bowl?
If the defense is perfect, yeah. Yeah, if the defense is perfect, they can.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're banging kind of the same drum. Win, giveaway, takeaway. Play great defense. You got a shot, especially with home
defense
games.
cannot have a bad day at the office, though.
Gotcha. No doubt about it. Can't lose, giveaway, takeaway. Can't have a bad day at the office. Can't play like you did against the Jaguars. Offensively, actually, maybe you can. Defensively, you can't do what you did against the Jags, or you're going to lose. But that's the story of this team. That's been the story of this team to 14 wins and the number one seed. Ain't nothing different, right? And hopefully, you keep improving. But, man, we got some great times ahead of us, that's for sure, and a week off as well. We come back with no dumb questions next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford. It's the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year, and I keep going back because relationships matter to me. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They get me in, they get me out, they find the vehicle of my dreams at the best price. The same thing is going to happen to you. When you go to Phil Long Ford, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over the state, because at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford. They also have got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love that ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, boy, I'm going through this ESPN article, guys, about the Raiders and behind the scenes and what's going on. I'll tell you this. If you don't have the right ownership that's going to point everybody in the right direction, you are screwed. Like, it is just inevitable that bad decisions will be made. No dumb question, but is the MVP of this season just the structure? I mean, I guess I'm giving credit to Greg Penner there, but just the overall structure of the Broncos, is that the biggest reason for their success?
It's a step in the right direction. Listen, a lot of things have to work out, right?
Yeah.
But name a company. What's that real super rich dude?
Elon Musk.
Old guy.
Jeff
no,
Bezos.
the old guy now.
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett.
Got there.
Seems like he's a pretty good boss. I've seen a couple of his speeches and his talks, and I'm like, how do you have so much success? Well, seems like you start with that right there, don't you?
Well, he does have two wives too.
Well,
you know,
who doesn't?
Again, you make your own rules, right? So he really does have two wives. But I was watching this.
That's not true.
Tyler, I swear to God, look it up. I was watching a documentary
All right,
about him.
I'm looking it up now.
His first wife was more comfortable just living in San Francisco. He has a sweetheart that he in Omaha.
Okay, so you mean he's got a side piece?
No. They're married, and his wife was fine with it. His first wife, and so he just got married again. And they're friends, and it all works together.
Is that legal?
I have no idea. Who's going to tell him no?
It says no, Warren Buffett does not have two wives. He's married to one woman, Astrid Menks.
I don't know. They didn't see the documentary I saw. What do they classify his other woman as?
Ex-wife.
Anyways, whatever.
It says he was introduced during the separation to a waitress that he befriended and encouraged his first wife to help take care of.
Yes. Anyway, whatever. Listen, watch the Warren Buffett documentary. There'll be you'll have a Scooby moment where you're watching it and then you're just like, it goes like that.
Thanks. Scott, there's one on here. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, but he's been pretty successful, and it seems like, he seems like a good guy, and he's in front and takes care of the businesses, and he has success everywhere. Most great businesses, it starts with the leadership, doesn't it?
Yeah. When I'm reading this article, the Raiders are toast, man, and they're leaning on Tom Brady to fix everything. Good luck. Hey, as good as he was, there's no evidence that Tom Brady knows what he's doing in terms of organizing a football team. None. Zero. And they're going to be leaning on him and Spy Tech. Best of luck. Have fun with that one.
Well, it's a better setup than what they have had, though. I mean, I know what you're saying, but if I'm a Raiders fan, I'm feeling more optimistic about that than previously.
I think it's a ridiculous setup. I think Mark Davis, just inherited the team. He didn't do anything to get the Raiders, and Tom Brady hasn't done anything to organize a football team ever in his life. He hasn't set up a hardware store. So good luck. Best of luck, Raiders. I just think it's the pit of misery for them as it rolls forward. But, I mean, it's a no-brainer who they're going to draft, right? I think. Could they possibly?
No, they're going to draft the kid from Oregon.
Well, all right. If they like him better, that's fine. I don't care. It's going to be one. By the way, if we're just going to do this for a second, I'm just going to spend a second on this because ESPN does have a mock draft out there, and they've got the Raiders taking Fernando Mendoza, and they've got Dante Moore going to the Jets. But if you want to flip-flop that, fine. You know what's interesting in this mock, though, guys? That's it in terms of first-round quarterbacks perhaps this year. Seriously, that's it. So they got the Broncos taking a linebacker because Singleton and Sternad are free agents. So, you're just going to, whatever. You're drafting 31, 32, something like that, hopefully. That's it. That's all there is, Scott. That's it. I didn't kill you there with mock draft stuff. That was it.
No. Nope, didn't kill me.
No, didn't kill you. No dumb question. Should the Broncos trade this year's first to the Cardinals for Trey McBride? Trey McBride had one hell of a year, by the way, guys, if nobody noticed. He was unbelievable.
Trey's a stud. They ain't giving him up.
No.
There was one for Scott. I thought this was a little bit rude, though, Scott. They says, does Hastings consider, well, they said, no dumb question. Can Scott name the 5 Hall of Fames that he claims to be in? And does he consider all the kids that wrote Stay Cool in his yearbook as a Hall of Fame win?
Okay. University of Arkansas, the state of Arkansas, the state of Kansas, the Southwest Conference Hall of Fame, and the Independence High School Hall of Fame.
That's actually unbelievably impressive. And I'm being very legitimately complimentary. That's unbelievably impressive. You are in the Southwest Conference, which it would be cooler if it still existed, if I was being honest. But that's actually an unbelievable accomplishment, Scott. It's incredible.
I can't get in my freaking
my point
college radio Hall of Fame.
Validate what DMac was saying in that win last night. At one time, everybody was an All-American somewhere, or the best player on your team.
Somewhere.
Right? All-conference or the Golden Boot winner or
sure,
something, right?
Something. Mr. Basketball, something.
Something somewhere. I was Mr. Basketball from the Topeka, what was it?
There you
Topeka,
go.
Whatever it was called. Topeka Eagle or something.
I'm going to guess Hunter Tyson was the best player in the history of his high school.
Probably.
I mean, it's a guess, but, something like that. All these guys are amazing.
Probably all conference, all state.
Don't you think? I'm kind of quickly looking it up, if I can find
the
something.
irony is, for me, I'd be the 20th most famous person to ever come out of my high school.
Yeah, but in fairness, how many NFL guys did? I know what you're saying because Cherry Creek's ridiculous, but how many NFL guys did come out of Cherry Creek?
Well, Tom Ashworth got 3 rings.
Okay, so you and him. Who else?
I mean, there's been other NFL guys, but we probably had the most success.
Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So I'm looking for Hunter Tyson, well, he averaged 27 as a high school senior. He averaged 27.1 points a game at Piedmont High. That was probably pretty good.
So I guarantee you, all state right there, probably on some All-American lists, right?
I guess if you're a high school kid and you're putting down 27 a game, that's it's got people's attention. I mean, how long are the high school games? They're only what are quarters in high school?
8-minute quarters.
So we're talking about a 32-minute game. That's pretty good. 27. Yeah. You're scoring close to a point a minute. Yeah, you're going to do all right. All right, well, let's get to that game. Won a night last night, and a cool montage by Dan Tanner coming up. It's PhD here on 92.5. What a win.
Win. What? No.
Unbelievable. Well, we heard from our guys from DNVR. We heard from Vic Lombardi there. We heard from Dan Tanner. Dan Tanner putting himself in the montage. Fantastic. We heard from Kaz. It was great. We hear from the national broadcast on Peacock. Would you like to hear from some Philadelphia people?
Let's go.
All right. How about this Philadelphia guy?
This is the most 76ers lost I have ever seen in my entire life. The Nuggets have no one. Literally, most of the team is out. And the only people who have shown up in this game are Embiid and Maxey. VJ showed up late. That's like I know that. But most of the game, it's always just been Embiid and Maxey the entire game, with no one else showing up. This game should have been over like hours ago. You just let the Nuggets G League squad beat you guys in overtime.
Is that a high schooler?
Like, I'm genuinely embarrassed for this franchise.
That's Sticky Finger. That's an original Sticky Fingers.
Yeah, no question.
No doubt about it.
That's Sticky Fingers Philly.
Yeah, we have a couple from Philly radio this morning.
It was embarrassing yesterday.
How do you lose to that team?
I don't know, because
they didn't play a starter. They took it like, I think Nick Sirianni was their pregame speech. He went in and he said, guys, we're not going to play any of the starters, and you can go out there and you can win. We're going to be arrogant about this.
Yeah.
And they did.
Paul George being 2 of 7 from 3 doesn't help. Joel Embiid having 6 turnovers yesterday doesn't help. That's not his worst game turnover-wise. We've seen it reach 9. We've seen it reach double digits. It's amazing. You look at the box score, right, and you go, Embiid at 32 and 10.
What a bunch of empty calories that was.
Maxey had 28, 6 and 6. Edgecombe at 17, 8 and 9.
Come on.
Quentin Grimes, 16 points off the bench, and they lost this game? Yeah, they lost this game to a Nuggets team that wasn't playing anybody.
You mean
that's embarrassing?
You mean they lost a game where they refused to play a lick of defense?
Yeah. That was bad yesterday.
They didn't play they did not they were playing backups, and they refused to play a lick of defense.
The Nuggets scored 5 points in overtime and won, as Philly scored 4. Scott with the team now in Boston. And we have David Adelman on about an hour ago. We'll replay a good chunk of that in about 40 minutes, by the way. So stick around for that. How did they do it, Scott? How did this happen?
Free and unencumbered.
Yeah.
They played free and unencumbered. They got to figure a way, I think, for the next 3 weeks to do the same thing over and over again on repeat. And David said it. It's not right now about winning or losing, but if they can just play with that kind of emotion and that type of tempo, maybe they snatch 2 or 3 wins here and there.
Unencumbered. It's a great word for a bunch of young players that said, hey, take the training wheels off. You know, like let's go downhill, start pedaling as fast as you possibly can. And they just went out there and had fun. Scott, you know what was funny? It was fun for me when you first got on the show. I don't know if you noticed it. You had like a noticeable giddy energy about this game that it was like you were like a part of it, because I mean obviously you feel like you are, but I mean that's what that game was like for those young players, for broadcasters, for everybody. It's just like a giddy win that I don't know. It's a once in a lifetime deal.
Well, and DMac asked David that question. They responded to a chewing out, their first one under David Adelman in. Counting playoffs over 40 games, right?
Yeah,
now he's got
first
he's
one.
a veteran now.
Right.
But that was the first butt chewing, and they responded. And again, I thought they got too much into it. They brought Christian and Aaron back. I thought they got too much in. Okay, where's those guys? Where are those guys? Let me pass it to Aaron. Aaron's out here, so he must need the ball. And especially in that second half, I thought they did that way too much with Aaron, because Aaron had a great first half. But then the second half, they were just they. I always said this when I coached high school a million years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you catch the ball, and I don't care on either end of the floor, defensive end, whether it's a rebound or a steal, offensive end for sure, you've got to find the basket right there automatically, because you never know. Somebody's going to cut. Somebody's going to be open. Heck, someone might not be in front of you. You go shooting a layup is better than any stupid play I can call. But you don't find that if you're not facing the basket. If you go back and watch that Brooklyn game, watch how many times guys catch it and never look at the basket at all. They're looking to get the ball out of their hands. Last night, I would have loved to have heard the pregame speech, because last night they were looking at it and they said, "Oh, he wants us to shoot? All right then." I mean, Jalen Pickett in Brooklyn game turned down a 4-footer at the dotted line in the paint with nobody in front of him. And last night he head fake, stepped to the side, and shot a step back, step side three. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, that's a different player.
You know, it's interesting, and we'll, like I said, replay a good chunk of Adelman coming up here in a little bit. They're going to find out what's going on. So there's no guarantee, by the way, that AG, Christian, Jamal plays tomorrow. Not a guarantee. They're not out, but we'll see. So there's still some tap dancing left here, right, Scott? A lot.
Yep. Well, I think there's some tap dance until Joker gets back. I mean, that's I think.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. Is what happened last night repeatable?
Yes.
Okay. Well, all right. Talk to us. Why?
Because in the middle of the year, and you're in the middle of the year, you're starting to flirt around where the dog days of the season go, around halfway to like I always say, games 35 to 55, somewhere in there. Becomes I mean, we've bemoaned it too many times, but dude, this is our 12th day on a road trip. They've played 6 games. Got another one tomorrow. We'll get back in town. Honey, it's tomorrow, Wednesday. We'll get back in town Thursday morning at 3:30 in the morning, and guess what? They got a game Friday. Right? They're not getting a couple days to get acclimated back in town. No, they got to get ready and get back going again. You're in the dog days of the season. And if you can come to games and play with a different level of energy and overcome the mental fatigue, and that's most of the fatigue, unless you're playing 40-some minutes a night, guys that sit on the bench and play 18 or 20, it's mental.
Okay.
You ain't tired. You're playing 18 minutes a game.
Gotcha.
So what?
Did last night change anything in terms of the rotation or how Adelman will approach things moving forward?
No, but it gives him confidence a little bit. And it gives you a baseline of, if Zeke comes in and starts being passive again. He wasn't passive last night.
Sure wasn't. How about that reverse late in the game?
If I were an assistant coach, I would get to Zeke and say, Zeke, you were aggressive last night.
Yeah.
You looked for your shot. You attacked the basketball.
Yep.
You got some rebounds. He doesn't have the greatest hands in the world, but you can still attack rebounds, get the ball, be physical, be aggressive. I don't even know if physical is the right word. I think you can be aggressive but not necessarily be
All right, so
physical.
did Zeke and Pickett earn an opportunity into the rotation?
Well, did Spencer Jones over the last month?
Well, I think that's already been answered, don't you think? I mean, he's been a starter,
but
basically.
I think it's the same way. Who's your backup? You have no other backup point guard.
All right, so did Pickett earn
Pickett's big problem with point guard is pressure. And the way you beat pressure is to attack pressure. And Pickett's biggest mistake, and this is probably his Penn upbringing, how they played at Penn State. Did he go to Penn State?
Yep.
That's where he was?
Yes.
Is bring it over half court, back it up, back it down low, and whatever. You can't do that in the NBA. You turn your back on the basket in the NBA, you're screwed. You're beat. Everybody's overplaying behind you. You're sunk.
Well, you're asking about the point guard backup. It's kind of fallen on Bruce Brown. Did Pickett earn some minutes over Bruce Brown as a backup point guard to Jamal?
Well, I would say yes, and I love Bruce, but he's not a point guard. He's a pinch point guard. He's in a pinch if you need somebody for 2 or 3 minutes to go in a game. But if you go back in that Cleveland game when they were primarily playing as the backup point guard, Bruce had 6 turnovers that game.
Mm-hmm.
You can't that killed you in that Cleveland game, especially in that fourth quarter. So, yeah, I mean, Pickett can be, and I'll tell you what, Pickett can shoot the ball a little bit too, man. I mean, he's very rarely do you see him take a three and say, no. He can shoot the ball. He has a great, always when I used to teach this, learn to shoot the ball straight. And it seems duh. But so many guys, I mean, think how many guys you miss a ball wandering off left and right. If you can shoot the ball straight consistently, every time it releases your hand, it's straight.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's about depth perception and just, quality time, playing, practicing, shooting all the time. Then you pick up the depth perception. If you always know the ball's going straight to your target, then everything else becomes depth perception.
We'll get back to the Nuggets' remarkable game. We'll have your keyword for a Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Let's football go coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, the new year, 2026. Here we go. Your health may be one of your big resolutions. Very common. Makes sense. But when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, you're not seeing progress in the gym, oh, man, what's going on? What is happening to me? Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help with that resolution because those symptoms are often signs of low T. So here we go. With the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, just 10 questions, yes or no. Takes a couple of minutes, and you're on your way. They'll draw your blood and have result within 30 minutes. They'll review the results with you, and you go from there. It's only $99. You got the consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. No need to wait. Don't go another year with low T. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That was one of the best NBA wins I've ever been a part of in my life.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Papa Murphy's. Your 220 keyword is Dylan. Text Dylan, first and last name, to 303-504-0925. And you're entered for 2 tickets to the Avs and the Senators on Thursday night. Celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order at papamurphys.com. The 220 keyword is Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, and congratulations to all those Hall of Fames that have Scott ensconced in them. Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner, let's football go.
It's 5 more than me, Scott.
5 more than me, too.
It's 3 more than me, Scott.
Wow. You're in 2 Hall of Fames, Dan?
Yeah. Columbine High School badminton gym class 2009 champion.
Uh-huh.
And
champion and Hall of Famer.
Coach Pitch, Arizona Diamondbacks winner.
Sorry.
Okay. Dan, let's football go.
All right, guys, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky.
Yes.
Talking about what he saw from Bo Nix in year 2.
All right, what quarterback in the NFL this year had the best, number 1, touchdown to interception ratio when his team was trailing? Or what quarterback this year had the best total QBR this year when his team was trailing? It wasn't Drake May. It wasn't Matthew Stafford. It wasn't Sam Darnold. It wasn't Patrick Mahomes. It wasn't Josh Allen. It wasn't Dak Prescott. It wasn't Justin Herbert. It wasn't Jared Goff. It was Bo Nix. No, Bo wasn't unbelievable this year. I've talked about the roller coaster ride that he had. But 17 touchdowns to 2 interceptions when his team was trailing. When they needed him to play his best, he did. When he needed to be his best, he was. When that team needed him to make a play, he did it. And will it bite them in the playoffs? I don't know. The roller coaster ride, the erratic play, will it bite them? I don't know. Will he make that same throw or clutch run in the playoffs the way he did in the regular season? We will find out. But this season, when his team needed him to be his best and be one of the best quarterbacks in football, he was. He was incredibly clutch. We'll find out if that continues in the playoffs.
All right, guys. So real quick, year 2, sophomore year for Bo Nix. He had 3,931 passing yards, 25 passing touchdowns, 11 interceptions. What grade would you give Bo Nix's regular season in year 2 and why?
I'd give him a solid B. He's managed situations well. He's had 2 great games against Dallas and Green Bay. At least the offense played great, I should say. I thought he had a good game against the Raiders also, but it wasn't sexy. It was efficient, right? So I think he's been good with the turnover margin, but I can't go to A because there's just been very, very few explosives.
Scott?
B. Somewhere like 80, 88, 89, not quite a B plus, but could maybe, if you came at B plus you could, but B probably, and same thing, just not enough explosive plays. But how about this? C as an explosive play guy and A as a game manager, so B average.
Yeah, and just to look at some metrics, if we're just talking about evaluating a quarterback, how are you giving the ball away? Okay, well, I mean, he was okay in that department. He was fine. He had about 10 or so, something like that. Not bad. How are you on third down? He's like 12, 13 in the league, something like that. The offense was. Okay, cool. How are you in the red zone? Kind of the same thing. I think a B is a pretty... And then the other metric, of course, that really matters is the ability to lead a team from behind and win a game. I mean, that's probably the most important one. And that's what Orlovsky's pointing out. Like, even though he's kind of all right, when it comes to late game moments, he's actually extraordinary. He's more like a very solid A late in games with the game on the line. But the rest of the game, it's, average at best. So I think a B is a pretty fair grade. Maybe if you just factor in the ability to come from behind, maybe it's a B+. But there's loads of room for him to get better and be more consistent. There's no doubt about it. But listen, this is their guy, right? Does anybody have any doubts? I'll just turn this to another question. Does anybody out there, Scott Tyler, have a doubt that he's the long-term solution for the Broncos?
Define long-term.
10 years.
Oh, yeah.
You have doubts about that?
Sure. 10 years is a long time. Yeah.
All right, let me back up. Do you have any doubts that he'll get that big contract after year 3?
It's strongly leaning in that direction, but I don't think it's a guarantee.
Okay, wow. All right, I think it's a slam dunk he gets it, which would give him at least, I'm rolling my eyes, 7 years with the Broncos if he gets that contract extension. Scott?
Don't roll your eyes.
Scott, what do you think? Will he get the big contract after year 3?
If he has a year similar to this year, are you willing to pay him $50+ million a year?
It's a really tough question.
Oh, I'm happy to do so, for sure. I'm already there. But you guys need to see a little bit more, obviously.
I mean, listen, for a hot second there, it looked like the 49ers looked like fools for paying Brock Purdy. And now they look like geniuses for paying Brock Purdy. But we've also been down this path. We could do it with plenty of other guys like Kyler Murray. I mean, we go down the list. There's going to be tons of them that got paid, and you highly, highly regretted doing it. So I don't know, DMac. I mean, yes, if you're putting me on the spot today, do I think he's going to get another contract? The answer would probably be yes. But I do think that he's still in that territory where you're wrestling with it, and you're like, oh, gosh, do we really believe that this is worth 50+?
Well, that next contract more or less puts him at the 7-year mark for the franchise. And, you kind of go from there. But not a lot of guys get that next contract and spend less than 3 years on that contract. So kind of cements him in there.
Unless you're Russ.
Well, I mean, Russ certainly got that. Well, I mean, it's different with Russ, man. He got it from the Seahawks. It's different when you become a free agent 10 years into your time in the NFL. I'm just talking about the guys that are rookie quarterbacks getting that big contract. And almost even Kyler Murray, look how long he played for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and they regretted it.
Oh, okay, fine. But he's not even that good. And he got to do that. Tua, not that good. They're moving. All right, fine. But that doesn't mean they didn't get the contract. And it didn't mean their teams didn't give him a shot. I mean, I think that defines if you're a long-term guy or not. Now, it might not work out, but Kyler got the contract. Tua got the contract. Trevor Lawrence got the contract, which I'm sure they're happy about now. But there were, some doubts about it. It was a big decision to give Brock Purdy that contract because you didn't have a huge sample size before that.
Of course it was a big decision, yeah.
So I think it's a slam dunk for Bo.
And it cost him a handful of other players, right, to be able to afford it. So,
well, I mean,
no, I think if he has a year that's similar to this year, and I'm not talking wins and losses because maybe that should be the bottom line thinking. But just performance thinking, I mean, $50 million?
Well, I don't
You know what it would be, Scott? If he played the exact same way next year as he did this year, it would probably be enough that you're scared to walk away.
Correct.
And you end up paying him. But I'm telling you, it would be scary. It would be scary to commit that amount of money to it.
You know what's scary right now? Hoping Fernando Mendoza is your future. That's scary. But what choice do the Raiders have? Unless they go with the, kid from Oregon. Help me.
Dante Moore.
I mean, make your choice if you're the Raiders, one way or the other. And by the way, the Jets are going to be in the same boat. And thank God we're not doing that all over again. Next story, Dan.
Well, another team who's might be searching for a quarterback is the Miami Dolphins because
Tua
Tagovailoa guys said yesterday that he would welcome playing elsewhere next season after being benched for the team's final 3 games. The comments mark a significant shift from Tua and his initial reluctance to discuss his future with the franchise. When he was asked during their locker room cleanout if he'd like a fresh start, he said, quote, "That would be dope. I would be good with it." Here is Mike McDaniel on what the Dolphins quarterback room could look like next year.
I think, in 2026, I think there'll be competition for our starting quarterback. What that is and how it looks, there's a lot that remains to be seen. We have it's the most important position on the football field.
My God.
And you have to make sure that you do everything possible.
Okay, that's that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you get the
my
idea
God.
from Mike McDaniel.
My Smoky Hill pride, Mike. Come on, man.
I know.
Golly.
Let me ask you guys this. Number one, do you think Zach Wilson gets a shot in Miami next year to start? Because they did start Quinn Ewers down the stretch. He was okay. And do you think Tua has a chance to start for another team next year? If he does, what team do you think Tua could go play on and start next season?
Arizona.
So they're going to trade one short quarterback for another short quarterback.
I don't know. I'd say nobody. I think his career's done.
It's not done. I mean, listen, the guys like that, they're going to bounce around for the next 3 or 4 years in situations where they're desperate, right? So, I mean, teams like the Raiders are obviously going to draft somebody, but they might want a guy like Tua in that room. Seriously, I'd be dead serious. The Raiders could be a situation where they would want a guy like Tua with them.
I wouldn't touch
New
a guy.
York Jets could be a team that wanted it.
Hey, there's teams do dumb things all the time, but
No, it's not dumb. It's actually the Case Keenum approach that you liked. It's not dumb to bring in a veteran.
Keenan didn't have the degree of concussions that Tua had. I just think it's silly. I think the guy should.
Or the degree of starts.
Or the degree of ability.
The concussions to me overrule everything.
Hey, last time the Raiders had a left-handed quarterback, they won a Super Bowl, didn't they?
Hey, whatever, man. Teams can do whatever they want. I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole.
I got the team. I got the team.
What?
Pittsburgh Steelers, because they're going to be in the same position they're in every freaking year.
Maybe.
Every freaking year, they get to the playoffs. Now we're out of position to draft a quarterback. We still think that we're relevant. All we need is somebody that can continue to get us there. Aaron Rodgers retires. Watch. That would actually that's why he'll have opportunities.
I can't believe Mike McDaniel still has a job. I mean, it's Tuesday. I guess he's good, right? You're not fired by Tuesday after the season's done?
Yeah, he's probably good.
Okay.
Well, I think their owner said Mike McDaniel's going to be involved in their search for their next GM. So, yeah.
Okay.
So he's staying.
Which means
All
there
cool.
they want to get rid of Tua because they put it all on him.
Oh, they're clearly getting rid of Tua. Actually, your first question was about our guy
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson. Yeah, sure, he's got a shot because the quarterback class is weak. They're not in a good position to draft a quarterback. Sure, Quinn Ewers has a shot. They're going to have a quarterback competition in Miami, and that's a miserable place to be in. We know that firsthand here in Bronco land. You don't want it, and they're going to have it. It's not good. So, best of luck. Next story, Dan.
All right, last one here, fellas. Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is expected to interview this week during the Broncos bye week before their divisional round of the playoffs with the Raiders, Cardinals, Giants, and Titans. Those are all of the teams that VJ will be interviewing with this week. Also, guys, the Commanders and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury have agreed to mutually part ways per sources. He did have one of the NFL's top offenses last year in Jaden Daniels' rookie season, and he does also have head coaching interest around the NFL. With the success of DeMeco Ryans and Mike McDonald, defensive-minded guys, do you think there's going to be a wave of head coaches this upcoming cycle that are defensive-minded like Vance Joseph that get jobs over offensive guys like a Cliff Kingsbury?
I don't know about a wave, but I do know that Vance Joseph is as hot of a candidate as there is. Outside of Stefanski, probably the number one candidate that's available. So he's in prime position to land a job. And I think that it matters what job he gets for success. The Arizona job's actually kind of intriguing. I don't think that they're going to go in Vance Joseph's direction because I think they're firing a defensive guy. They're probably going to want to do something different. But if you were to get a legit look there, they do have the number 3 pick as of today.
Would you rather have Cliff Kingsbury or Vance Joseph as your head coach if you're hiring a new head coach?
It depends who my quarterback is. So,
Raiders. Mendoza.
It'd be Cliff Kingsbury.
Okay. Titans.
It might be Vance Joseph. That's a good one I'd bring
Why?
Wade.
What's the difference?
Because I don't need to mold somebody from the jump.
Cam Ward? That dude's molded?
I'd bring Davis Webb with me, and I'd say go for it, and go in that direction. No, I mean Fernando Mendoza. I mean you got to start from scratch. Cam Ward's got a season under his belt. So, I mean, listen, I don't know. I think VJ's going to get a job. I think Stefanski's going to get a job. That there'll be 3, maybe if somebody gets blown out here in the next 48 hours, 4 jobs after that. So who knows where it's going to go with these, these teams are miserable, by the way.
Would you guys be upset if VJ went to the Raiders?
Who, VJ?
Yeah, would you be upset if he went to the Raiders?
The Raiders are a disaster. They have no hope.
Yeah.
I mean,
spending $56 million on fired coaches. Might as well be jack that up to 72 or something.
Read the article on ESPN.com right now about the Raiders, and you'll see why it's hopeless with Mark Davis as their owner. Hopeless because of that.
Hopeless.
Sorry, Scott.
Let me ask this football question, because the rumors have come up and so on and so forth. Do you think Phillip Rivers will get a look by anybody?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he'll get interviews. I don't know how serious of a look it'll be, but I mean, Josh McCown got interviews with, or an interview at least, with the Texans. Was that last year or the year before? I think he gets an interview.
Yeah, I do too.
So what if VJ got the Tennessee job and brought Phillips Rivers as his offensive coordinator?
It feels like VJ would have learned from his time with the Broncos. You want to surround yourself with guys on Team VJ, not guys you don't know. So I find that highly unlikely he would do that with somebody he doesn't have a relationship with. I see where you're going on that.
He doesn't have a relationship. You don't think he has a relationship with
I don't think he does. No. Does he? With Phillip Rivers? I don't know where they would have even crossed paths.
Well, he's probably planned against him for a few years, right?
Oh, okay. But there's a big.
There would be a mutual respect. I bet you if he got the job and called him, he'd sit down and talk to him about it.
I bet he would bring him in as Scott, like a quarterback's coach or something like that. But you want your coordinators. VJ must have learned from this, guys. Those guys got to be your soldiers, your coordinators. My gosh.
Who the heck was his coordinator here on offense?
Mike McCoy.
Who
he was given. He had no choice in that. It was terrible. It was like we had 2 head coaches. It was a disaster.
But didn't McCoy get fired like halfway through the season?
Yeah,
and
he got blown
was
out.
Was it Musgrave after that?
Yes, it was. Billy Moose. And that's who was too intimidating for that. That intimidated Elway so much that he didn't draft Josh Allen, according to Elway.
Who, as rumors have it, was working behind the scenes against fans.
Yeah, right, Scott. It was a disaster here.
Should I not say that?
No. Everybody knows. The worst secret in the world was everybody was working against VJ here. VJ may have gotten the rawest deal ever as a head coach, as the head coach of the Denver Broncos, based on the rest of the organization. So I'm glad he got brought back here, and I'm glad he's succeeding. You see what Zach Allen said about him recently? Like, there's players that freaking love VJ, love him. So, he just got a raw deal. He was a rookie head coach. He was nervous from the jump. You remember that opening press conference with VJ? It's a disaster. And John Elway had to sleep on it to think if he was going to fire him or not. And then he brought him back after that. I mean, the whole thing was, and then you whiffed on Josh Allen because you wanted Bradley Chubb. I mean, guys, we got to have a moment and be grateful for where the Broncos are compared to where they were just a few years ago.
You ever wonder why you're still so mad?
I'll tell you why.
You're so bad.
I heard this.
Why are you so bad?
I heard this from Brett Kane this morning, which made me laugh. Brett Kane goes, guys, because you realize 12 of the 14 quarterbacks in the playoffs were drafted in the first round. I don't know if that hit you guys or not, but it's dawning on Brett. And Brett goes this morning, I look at it, guys, and it hits me. I don't know why anybody would take a quarterback in the third round. And I'm like, as to quote Mark Kisla, truer words have never been said. We'll come back with David Adelman and hear what he has to say about a remarkable Nuggets win next. Hey, a reminder for the Avs tonight. It is early, live from the site of their Stanley Cup win in Tampa. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 4:30 with the pregame show, which is powered by Ramos Law. Thank you to Ramos Law. Earlier, we have David Adelman on in the locker room after that remarkable win.
That was one of the best NBA wins I've ever been a part of in my life. Again, I've done this for a long time.
He got emotional, and when we had him on earlier, we asked him, Coach, why did you get so emotional about that win?
Yeah, I just looking at the guys in the group, and it's one of those nights where you're looking at a bunch of people that have been waiting for their opportunity. They haven't been playing, haven't had their chance. And you put them in a really tough circumstance, sitting guys out, and guys are hurt and banged up, and you're saying go play against Embiid. And go out there and compete. And you can say all these words, but they have to go do it. So it was just I think I was just reacting to all their personal situations because I do care about it. And I know how frustrating that can be to work every day and not get the opportunity that you're working for. So it's just cool to see those guys show out, in a national TV game and, with so many odds stacked against them. I just thought they did it with effort. So it just kind of hit me looking at all of them, just how jacked they were to one play and then find a way to compete well enough to win a game like that. So it was just, I think taking the whole scene in and looking all those guys in the eye was a cool moment.
It was a cool moment. David, I said this, and you got on him after that game in Brooklyn about effort and everything else. I said this, and I'll give you an example and see if you have any thoughts on this. I thought even in the Brooklyn, you bring AG back, you bring CB comes back. You got two more of your quote unquote established guys going to play after 18 and 22 games out. I thought guys, were hesitant again and looking. Okay, where's AG? I got to find AG, or Murray's been playing. I got to find Jamal. To the point where Jalen Pickett turned down a 4-foot little jumper in the paint when nobody in front of him in that Brooklyn game. He's taking step-back threes in that game. They weren't looking, let somebody else do it. I thought they got caught a little bit up into, it's not supposed to be me. It's supposed to be those guys in that Brooklyn game. And there was a freedom last night that they didn't play with in Brooklyn.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. There was some hesitant play. And I think, and then if you couple that with just the effort not being good enough to win an NBA game, it's going to look ugly. And you're right. I think last night it really is you look around and you say, well, it's me. And I thought those guys throughout, especially early in the game and the third quarter, just trying to make the right play for each other. We got loose with the ball towards the end, but I was just proud of the guys just making the right play throughout. The amount of threes we got up in that game, I thought the majority were really good looks. Guys that get to play free. A lot of guys had the ball that don't usually have it, and it made things happen. I mean, it was a hell of a game, man. It was awesome.
Coach, all these guys are amazing world-class basketball players. They're probably capable individually of scoring 15 to 20 points any given night, but the amazing part is that they all did it, right? And I'm just curious, the conversation beforehand, do you tell these guys, hey, forget about your roles you previously had, go out there and let it loose and take the gloves off, no limitations?
Yeah, and I also think you just approach the game exactly as you would any other game. I give John Beckett, our assistant coach, a lot of credit as his scout, and the way he described the game plan was as if we were fully healthy. And I thought it was cool. I think the guys respected that this is not like we're just going to show up and play and we know the situation's tough. It was like, no, this is a professional approach and you guys can play. So let's go win the game. Let's not just show up, feel good about competing and say, hey, well, the odds are stacked against us and we lost by 8. But, hey, that's it's a moral victory. Like, we really went there to try to win the game. So it was cool, the whole approach, the whole day. I felt good about it in the sense of just the attitude of the guys, and they were so excited to play. So, yeah, it just all came together. And obviously, the way we won it, I'll be honest. Thank God it was a run-out layup for Bruce because we had it was tough to know where to go there at the end. Just the way they guarded us, and guys not usually in those situations. So it was just I don't know, a really special night, one I'll never forget.
You can hear the entire interview. We'll post it up on YouTube here shortly, and it's already there in terms of just going back and look for it. But we'll make it accessible. It was a great interview with David Adelman, and the question is, Scott, Tyler, is this thing, Scott, repeatable? I mean, and how often will you have to draw from this well?
The well of young guys playing, you mean, or the well of getting after them and seeing what happens?
Well, I didn't think of it that way, but both. What do you think, Matt? All right. Let's start with the latter. Message received. Won't have to do that again, or we're getting another kick in the butt here at some point.
No, it'll be a while, I believe, because listen, and I think Tyler will tell you this: when a guy gets after you and you actually do what the guy says, and then you get success on top of what the guy said you to do that you did, you tend to want to repeat that. So I'd be real surprised if there's another butt chewing for another 20 or 30 games at least. Is it repeatable? I always had this philosophy, and I've tried to share this with younger players. I've tried to share it with my own kids and the teams I've coached. When I walk down the floor and I'm staring at Kevin McHale or Larry Bird or Moses Malone or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or name everybody else I ever had to play against, I was not better than them. But I always carried this mantra with me whenever I did step on the floor. They may be better than me, but they can't play harder than me. And that covers a lot of ills. And if you can get 5 guys or 8 guys carrying that mantra, listen, that squad that beat Philadelphia last night is not on paper better than that squad they face. They're going to have 2 All-Stars on that team. A third guy's been a multiple All-Star in George.
Mm-hmm.
Holmescom, or whatever you say his name, Edgecombe is going to be in 1 or 2 in Rookie of the Year. They are not better on paper than those guys. But you know what those guys couldn't do? Those guys couldn't play harder than what the Nuggets put out there. And I think the one thing that is repeatable in this league, in the NFL, in the NHL, maybe Major League Baseball, I don't know, is effort and playing hard. That is repeatable, but it's your choice to repeat it.
Congratulations to Adam Kaufman, our Avs ticket winner. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. The next keyword coming up with Nate Dandy coming up at 3:20 today. Tyler, what do you think? Can they do it again?
That question sort of feels like, can you have the perfect storm again? First off, I don't know how many more times you'll be asked to be in that exact situation.
Well, that's a good question, too.
because you're ramping up Christian, you're ramping up AG. Obviously, it might pop up on a back-to-back. I don't know if Jamal's still banged up. But I literally don't know how many more times you would even be in this situation.
Technically, tomorrow, you might, depending on Jamal's ankle. But I think Tim Hardaway's illness, he'll be back. But he's still a bench guy. AG and Christian played the other night, Scott, so I don't know. I assume they'll be back unless something else is flared up. So
you don't know how they reacted from
Correct.
the minutes.
Correct.
I told you that one play, AJ went up and grabbed the back of that hamstring.
Right.
Like, ooh.
Right.
So that might be one that you give, another 2 or 3 games off of. They have another back-to-back coming up on the Broncos playoff weekend.
Yes. We looked at that
Saturday, Sunday, right?
Yes. But before you came on the air, we actually looked at that. It's on the road, and I believe it's Dallas, I think, is the second game. And I forget what the first game is. Gosh darn it.
New Orleans?
I think you're right. I think it's New Orleans and then Dallas. And we're like, wow, is that going to happen again in that Dallas game on the road? So maybe we'll see. But
But we shouldn't listen. Whatever. We should probably spend most of today just really celebrating and being happy about what we just saw, which was, I mean, Nate, could you believe?
Dude,
first of all, were you watching? Were you?
I didn't think they so legitimately. Tyrese Maxey in that last possession, I was just like, this was a hell of a game, and we're gonna have fun talking about it tomorrow. But
he's gonna throw it in.
But he's gonna get the bucket here, and that's gonna be because the Nuggets ran out of gas. Did you guys realize the score in overtime was 5-4?
Oh yeah,
5 minutes of overtime, and for the Nuggets, I'm looking at all
Nate,
those guys.
Which it means, Nate, that Philadelphia's running out a little gas too.
That's just it, Scotty. I'm looking at the Nuggets, and I'm like, okay, these guys never play these kind of high leverage minutes. Okay, I expect them to be gassed out. The Sixers, what's your excuse? You guys, it's you have two All-Stars out there. Edgecombe's an absolute stud. Paul George is a future Hall of Famer. What the hell is your excuse? The fact that it was the Sixers made it so much better.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Let me throw this at you, because since you brought it up, and I've been meaning to say this because I always say this on the broadcast. I would think Maxey would make that shot, 8 out of 10 times?
Right.
Normally?
Yeah.
But go back and watch the play. And it's the cardinal sin of players today. He's going in and decides to try and get a foul as opposed to try and make the shot.
Yeah, and he lost the dribble.
He's already starting to fall down and just throws it up, trying to draw a foul as opposed to screw that. I got to try to make this shot.
Oh, that's the OT one. The one at the end of regulation too. It's another possession where you're just like, all right, they'll get the bucket. They're at home. They'll get a whistle,
the dribble,
whatever it is, and he lost the dribble. And
I'm talking about the OT one to win the game.
Yeah, the OT one was man. But
he's flailing because he beat Peyton Watson.
Oh, he had a great look at it.
I think sat on the rim forever
but
too.
He starts flopping when a guy comes over like, oh, I got tripped up. And listen, one thing Hubie Brown told me a long time ago, referees want to swallow the whistle at the end of games.
Yeah.
We already saw it in the loss in against Orlando, right? And the 2-minute warning or 2-minute report said, yeah, Jamal Murray did get fouled and should have shot free throws. Referees want to swallow the whistle the last 2 minutes of games, or especially in overtime, and he's flailing around and throwing it up trying to get a foul. Come on, man, you can't do that.
No, it's he's got to go finish in that moment. You're absolutely right about that. And you know, I heard you guys talking about this as we walked in, the likelihood of it getting replicated. And DMac used the perfect term, perfect storm. Okay, that's what last night was. It was the perfect storm of everything coming together for the Nuggets to be able to get that victory. But one thing it also shows is Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji, Hunter Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
These dudes can frickin' ball, man. When you're in that league and you've stuck in that league for you've gotten paychecks for a couple of years, you are so friggin' good. Zeke Naji can drop 21 in an NBA game against one of the better teams in the Eastern Conference,
right.
In their building on the road. Zeke Naji can do that. We spend a lot of time wringing our hands over Zeke Naji's contract and oh man, you're paying that guy money to sit on the bench and why hasn't he developed? And then you watch him and you're like, oh no, Zeke can ball.
Okay,
man.
so
Jalen Pickett can ball.
Would you? Let me say KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Would I put those guys in the rotation? No.
Well, hold on. Would you play less minutes for Bruce Brown to get Pickett some more minutes? And would you do the same with Valanciunas and Zeke Naji?
No. I wouldn't do any of those things.
You wouldn't do any.
No,
of them.
Last
so
night
nothing changed. Nothing.
Last night changed nothing. It reinforces the fact
those guys are really good.
They are NBA players, man, and NBA players
why did that change?
So good.
Okay, so why didn't that change nothing then? Seriously, the most
because
questionable
Valanciunas is way better than Zeke Naji.
We'll forget about that. I think it's questionable Bruce Brown backup point guard compared to Pickett.
Over Pickett.
Well, is that not a legitimate question?
I think Jalen Pickett is closer to being a rotation player than you realize, but also
Bruce showed, like last night in the close of that game and the way that he played in that fourth quarter, like Bruce Brown showed you why you have him, because he is freaking fearless in the big minutes. Like he can, number one, he can guard basically 5 different positions, because he did last night. They didn't have a big.
Yeah, but he's not as good of a point guard as Jalen Pickett.
And not as good as a pure point guard as Jalen Pickett, but he can do so many things that Jalen Pickett can't do.
All right, I'm just Scott.
So that's where that's where Bruce Brown's value comes in.
Yeah, Bruce Brown's value is you got to let him be. In my opinion, when you stick him into a formation of, okay, you have to go here to A to B to B to C, and be that pure point guard that Pickett can do, I think it's a little tougher. You got to put Bruce Brown and go back to the start of the game. You know, one of the first plays goes into Embiid. Here comes Bruce Brown, leaves his man, steals it from Embiid, goes down, fast break the other way.
Yeah.
You got to let Bruce Brown has to be your, you know, as Sean Payton was saying at the beginning of the year, he's got to be your joker. He's your guy that go.
Well, also
go cause havoc and go cause trouble and do it in about 22 minutes.
One of the things that was striking to me last night, too, guys, was like watching Jalen Pickett do his thing last night. And Robbie Hummel was on the broadcast, and he was talking about the way that Pickett played at Penn State. Robbie Hummel's really good, by the way.
Yeah. Former Nugget.
Yeah. Robbie Hummel. Well, good call right there. But you know,
I looked it up.
Big Ten Network guy.
Yeah.
And he, you know, he's done 1,000 Penn State games, and so he knew Pickett's game really, really well. And
he was sitting on the round bench.
What was that? Why were they doing that?
Because I think they don't have a side.
That's what Peacock does.
They don't have
they don't. No, they have a sideline, but they don't have a true color.
Yeah, like
they have
Austin
two
Rivers and Robbie Hummel are sitting on the bench, and I'm like, what is the purpose?
Who was
He's
Scott?
on Philly's bench and
Austin.
Yeah, and Rivers was over on the Nuggets bench.
Who was the gray-haired dude who was sitting next to Austin Rivers? Because technically Austin wasn't like right on the Nuggets bench. There was a guy between him and the Nuggets bench.
Probably Mr. Rich guy.
I saw Bob Myers.
Those are like the Sean Payton
next
seats,
to Robbie Hummel.
Remember when Sean Payton was like right there?
What was a random, but
year?
it's like a guy who's sitting with a single ticket.
Yeah,
basically
he's a rich dude.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
wants
but like
to be on national TV.
He went to the game. Some rich dude said, "You ain't taking my tickets.
Yeah,
I'm sitting
you don't get my tickets from Peacock."
Didn't you guys think it was a little weird? There's like one guy in these unbelievable seats, like Austin Rivers.
Think about
But it's kind of cool they're doing this.
I think it's great.
I mean, remember when Maxey, and I know they do this in the hockey a little bit more, and they put him down in between the two benches. They had Bruce Brown that one game do that.
Yeah, well, Riker's there every game now.
Yeah. Maxey would call all the games, it seemed like, or a lot of the games, home games, right there in that middle.
Well, Altitude
I loved it when he was down
Altitude is doing that this year. They got John Michael up in the booth with our boy. And they put Riker permanently. Like, I talked to Riker about it. He loves it, and they're doing that every game now, cool. Scott. So that's
where they got
the
idea from.
Well, and that's what I think Peacock's trying to do, and I think it's kind of cool that they sit now. Notice they don't sit them right there, because if you go, man, that was a stupid play call, that'd be kind of tough if you're sitting right by one of the coaches, you know.
All right, let me ask you this though on Pickett. I want to weigh in on the Pickett thing, because I thought you guys had a great interview with David Adelman today.
He was great.
And Scotty brought it up, and David talked about it. Like, again, the reason why I think it's tough to throw these guys back out there is they know they are the man. We've seen it with Cam Johnson in the first, even Cam Johnson, we saw it. He and I talked about it. It happened with Aaron Gordon. When you've got Jokic and Murray out there, I don't care who you are, I don't think you ever feel like, well, I got a better shot than they do, right? Like, remember, what game was it, Scotty, where Adelman said after he wanted, I think it was the Cleveland game, he wanted one more pass because there would have been a better shot to Spencer Jones, and yet you had one of your dudes taking the shot. So I was like, I don't know that I want the other pass, but Adelman's like, no, if you're open, get it to him and shoot it. Yeah. But I don't think guys feel that way when you got Murray and Jokic on the floor.
To that point, like, and this was where we were going here, is Jalen Pickett is such a capital PG point guard, and like the Nuggets don't do that. That's not the kind of basketball that they play. Like, their big exists in the high post, and they're such a dribble handoff team that, like, just pure distributing, like Pickett at the top of the key, like swinging the ball over right and finding Zeke for a 3. There was one possession where he made that pass, and I was just like, that looks nothing like Nuggets basketball. That's so, like, foreign to the way that this team plays, but that's his game, and he's really friggin' good at it. Like, I could see Jalen Pickett, his career going to, like, Colin Gillespie when he's eventually on a different basketball team. The Nuggets are they're so glued to Jokic ball, which is why Valanciunas is the perfect backup big.
But couldn't they, to DMac's point, now let's take his side, could this, and Scotty, I want to know, could they increase Pickett's minutes at the point, let Bruce be 2, and let Valanciunas and Pickett play some classic basketball?
Why do you have Jamal Murray out of the game?
Because now we get them all rested together.
The answer is always yes, with a big if. If he decides to play free instead of, I got to go from point A to point B to point C to point A to point B to point C to point A. And last night he was playing. And the whole team, that's the
he
whole
was
difference.
talking too, wasn't he, Scotty? They said he was yapping.
I looked at it. Maybe the second unit can be more like that. Did they just come out? When I played in Atlanta, we had 3 straight years of 50-plus wins, won the Central Division one time. Just could never either get by Detroit or Boston. And they'd always lose in the second round to one of those 2 teams. But good teams, but the second unit played so much different than the first unit. Our second unit came in, and we scrambled on defense, and we rebounded and ran. We had Spud Webb as our point guard, so we were a fast-breaking, fast-playing second-unit team that, first teams come out there used to this, boom, 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 Doc Rivers over here, power forward, Kevin Willis setting the screen, rolling to the basket, spot up, shoot. And then all of a sudden Spud comes in there, and it was and it threw people off and led us to a lot of wins. Why can't the second unit do that? You can still do Val, but Val, we ain't picking popping you no more. When you come out to set a screen, we want you to be like Adams in Houston. Get your big behind in the paint, in the rim, and take care of all the glass.
But isn't that because of stagger ball, though? Like, which is much more commonplace, Scotty, than it was in your era. But the kind of stagger ball that they play with, okay, Jamal Murray runs the second unit. You never want to be without a premier scorer, but you have to play. You essentially have to play Jamal Murray's game in order to capitalize off of him.
Which is get it to him, and everybody stands around, and
which happens a little too often. They're better at that now. I will say they're better.
They're
this
better
year.
at standing around.
No, they're better at playing. Like, this year's bench plays a better brand of basketball than the crud we had last year. Like, Jamal chucking up a wild shot with 4 seconds left on the shot clock. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen. It still does. Like, Jamal's career efficiency numbers are always going to suffer from that, but they don't do it nearly as badly right now as they have in years prior.
But I would not have a problem resting him full, stagger less, and get more out of Jokic and Murray together on the floor.
Listen,
maximize
they had a couple good bench runs when they kept Murray on the bench, and they staggered Cam Johnson in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
and
I think,
brought
guys,
him in there.
There's too much of that. It's his team. It's this, like, again, last night was so damn fun.
Yeah, I'm not, this is a funny conversation because, like, I'm just like, last night was incredible and it exists in a silo.
No, I'm with you. I can't wait for it to be over because, Scotty, let's be fair about it. Because you know what I think? I don't know who made the point. I don't know if it was Austin or the other guy, but one of them said they got no tape on what these guys do. After a couple weeks, if this were to be the lineup for a week, they'd have tape. Even Philly started to figure out a little of what they didn't like.
If they play Boston this way tomorrow night, like, they'll lose by 20.
Yeah, I was really hoping when you guys asked for the update on the health that he was like, Murray Brown, and Gordon will all be back in. Please.
Well, interesting, too, though, and I can't remember who said it after the game. If it was P-Watt or who said it. But somebody said in the locker room after the game, like, oh, yeah, no, like, we play together all the time.
Right.
When the starters are healthy, like, this is our unit in practice. Like, these guys, we know each other really well. So, like, while Philly had no tape on them, The Nuggets, it wasn't like a weird, uncomfortable lineup last night. Like
to themselves.
Yeah, these guys know their games inside and out.
And to simplify it just a little bit too, you shoot around 43s and you shoot 49% from three, you're going to be in a whole lot of games.
Yeah, they made 18 of them last night.
Hey, real quick before you let them go, just hitting the wire, the Baltimore Ravens have departed company with John Harbaugh.
He got
after
fired?
18 seasons.
Wow.
They're going a different direction. What do you think about that, Scotty? Scotty, are you a big believer the coach is only 18 seasons? Long time, dude. Long time.
I felt the last couple of years it was kind of getting a little bit old. And it'll be good for him, too, to kind of get a break. But just probably knocked VJ down a rung as far as availability.
But he becomes the top dude, does he not?
Yeah.
Does Phillip Rivers
I
quit
think
getting calls?
I think VJ goes to third. I think Stefanski goes to two, and
We got it,
Harbaugh
big
goes
dog.
one.
We're talking about it. DMac came in to make sure. Do you believe there's what's the perfect amount of time? You had a lot. Who was the longest time you had a coach? Now I know you moved around for different reasons.
How long
but-
was Chuck Daly in Detroit?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. I only got him for 2 years, but
What about Fratello?
and they ran him. They probably ran him out a year too soon
Mm-hmm.
or two.
How about Mike Fratello? How long was he in
The
Atlanta?
czar of the telestrator.
I played with him for 5, and I think he lasted another 2 or 3 after I left.
Okay.
18 seasons.
Dude, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Is
Won
this-
a
You know,
Super Bowl.
Al Davis always said a coach should be changed every 10 years. Remember, he ran out. Was it Flores after they won a Super Bowl, like a year after winning a Super Bowl because it was his 10th year? I think he ran Madden out after 10 years. He believed that you change head coaches every 10 years.
And there might be some to it. I don't know.
This is the year. I mean, this is the year you do it, right? You guys missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
This was the year to do it because every prior year, like when they got knocked out, it was just like, holy crap, I can't believe the Ravens lost. Lamar's the MVP, and these guys are getting knocked out of the postseason. If you're going to do it, this is the right year to do
Okay,
it.
what about the Tomlin thing then? Like, is Tomlin safe because he went to the playoffs?
Tomlin's safe because Pittsburgh is just like
That's how
can't
they do business.
Stop flagellating themselves over like we've only had 3 coaches since the 50s or whatever. Like that's just like they're too proud of that. The Steelers have been
every one of their
for
coaches
so
played
long.
like every one of their coaches coached like 15 plus years, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. Like from Chuck Noll to Cowher to Mike Tomlin and
Cowher didn't get fired; he retired.
He
Remember,
retired.
he just felt burned out.
And everybody kept thinking he was going to come back. And he's like, nah, this TV thing once a week's pretty good.
Yeah.
By the way, Scotty, your selection lamps kind of sucks. I'm disappointed in this hotel. Normally we get some sort of artistic hotel lamp, a nice painting.
That one's too practical.
Yeah, this one looks like you're in a smaller room. How excited are you to get home, by the way? Bro, it was what was it, Christmas when you left, and it's going to be the stock show when you get back?
Left the day after Christmas, and we'll get home Thursday morning, probably about 3:30 in the morning.
Hey, Scott Hastings, beautiful work, my friend. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're short today. I mean, we're of average height.
Compared to Scott, we're always short.
Exactly. But we are out of here at 4:30 because the Avalanche are in Tampa Bay to play the Lightning tonight. So we'll get the boot a little bit early. We've got Kaz's calls from last night that we got to dive into. We got power rankings. We got a keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. It's all happening right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, it's a new year. There's that old saying, new year, new you. How do you want to feel in the new year? Have your energy levels maybe not been up to what you want? Have your workouts not been meeting expectations? Do you get up in the morning with a lot of go-get-em and then the go-get-em's gone by about, 3 hours later, whatever that may be, depending on when you get up? These all could be signs of low testosterone. It can cause a host of problems. And again, brain fog's another one, decreased energy. We talked about the bad sleep patterns and, of course, sexual side effects. Nobody wants any of these. If you think you may be suffering from low testosterone, then go ahead and visit the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. Mine's not a sexual health condition, although you know what, it can affect things, but they're helping me with a little bit of the weight stuff. And when you're big and fat, that can affect other things. But anyway, men, go in there and see them if these are any of the things that you're kind of interested in finding out more about. You can go to their website if you want to find more about the specific low T situation. They've got a quiz right there. It's a yes-no quiz, 10 questions, yes-no answers. Takes 2 minutes, and schedule your consult. When you go in for your first visit, they draw your blood. They have your results in 30 minutes. You talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and you can talk about whether jumping on testosterone treatment is right for you. Cost of that appointment's $99. That includes the T, the PSA test, and the consult. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of your visit, it is free. That visit is free. So get on back and see them. Again, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and this is the perfect time to do it with the resolutions going around. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. One number connection to all those clinics, all 5, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, we got a keyword for you on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, powered by Papa Murphy's. Your keyword right now? Between. Between. B-E-T-W-E-E-N.
Between two ferns?
Tween. More of a between the pipes kind of guy myself. That's where I like to get between.
Between two ferns is hilarious.
It's no Mark Springer though. Text it now to 303-504-0925 with your name to enter for tickets to the Avalanche and the Senators on Thursday night. Don't forget about $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Again, your keyword for this hour, between. We'll announce the winner just before 4:30.
Will that other one be betwixt? Nobody loves word humor more than Nate Kreckman.
I truly do.
And nobody hates it when I do it more than Mark Springer.
Yeah,
there it is. That's how you know.
Yes, between. And again, we'll announce the winner just before 4:30 for Avs Sens Ticks.
Hey, Jason Kelsey, what do you think of the thought of Dion becoming the Browns head coach? Seems to be the thought.
Can he fix Colorado football first? Can we do that part of it?
Or do you think they even interview him?
Colorado.
There's a classic I didn't hear coming. Wow.
It was sub drop of the year, but very strong. Thank you very much. Brett McMurphy right there.
Speaking of the openings.
Yeah.
What if John Harbaugh found his way to the Raiders? What if you had two Harbaughs in the same division? Would they not, again, I was always told one of the reasons why Peyton Manning didn't entertain too many of the NFC teams was he didn't want to have to battle Eli necessarily.
Harbaugh brothers aren't built that way.
Yeah. I think Jim would try to get him hired.
Yeah.
Jim would go do the interview.
Yeah.
Just so he could beat up on his little brother.
Just so they could have a wrestling match at the 50 before a game.
And shows up in KC when Reed retires. Right. We didn't even know you were a coach.
Yeah. Harbaughs aren't built like that. I don't think they take anything easy on each other. I think those two are out for blood with each other.
See, I don't know that John is that way as much as Jim.
No, I think
you think John just hides it better?
Oh, they're both lunatics. Yeah. No, that family, there's many screws loose in that family. The thing about Jim Harbaugh that sort of baffles me sometimes is when you listen to him talk. Hell, when you listen to Sanford do his impression of him, which is, by the way, just
curated.
It's chef's kiss. It's so good. When you listen to it, you're just like, where's the football genius in there? But it's somewhere because the guy wins everywhere that he goes. But he is such a caricature of himself that I don't know what's real and what isn't in there.
I think it's all genuine. Man, I told you, and it was funny because I didn't even realize he was recruiting Ed's son. When Ed and I had our afternoon show and Romy was our producer, she'd do a thing like Mark did, but it was a little bit different concept. But she would always have a Harbaugh story because every time it was him sitting in a tree or him, again, just trying to get milk out every house he went to or making a kid play basketball with. But he was somehow competing even in the recruiting visit.
Doing his squats and his khakis.
Yeah. Hey, come on. Let's see who can come on, get down here in the garage. What the hell are you doing?
And yet he's a football savant. He's brilliant. He wins everywhere that he goes. I do not doubt for 1 second that guy's ability to put a winning product on the field. He's an all-time great football coach. There's a reason the Broncos wanted him as bad as they did. Why they were flying to Ann Arbor to be like, we got to get this guy. Because he's brilliant.
Do you think there was something sour between Lamar and Harbaugh?
I don't know if sour, but again, it just gets back to they've just done it together for so long.
Sure.
That is it time to breathe new air into this whole thing. And, they made the switch from Greg Roman to Todd Monken a couple of years ago, and it did open up some things for them offensively. But, still, even with, DeAndre Hopkins out there and everything else, he's never really had, an elite receiver. He's got an elite tight end. Mark Andrews is a legend, but never really had an elite tight end.
I just feel
an elite receiver.
It just was interesting to me because you took 2 games and you just gave Derrick Henry a load of the work, which you should have.
Yeah.
You were 2-0, and then it felt like, where is Derrick Henry again the other night? What are you doing? Again, I know Lamar Jackson's awesome, but his first game back from injury, you do have this. Look, in that weather, that dude don't look fun to tackle. It was cold.
And I'll tell you this, the Ravens truly are one of the best run NFL franchises. There's a reason they're good every single year, right? And making this move right now, like, to me, it smacks of how smart they are, right? Like, oh, okay, we see where this thing could continue to trend in the wrong direction. Let's get out in front of it right now. I think most organizations would look back at the kind of run that John Harbaugh has had, all the winning that he has done, playoff victories, Lamar winning MVPs, everything else that they have managed to do over the years, and would have just said, down year. Down year, and he's a great coach, and let's not. But this to me is like, no, let's be proactive and let's do something about this now.
Again, this is why I'm asking. I don't think, and you made the point in the previous segment, I don't think Pittsburgh's run the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think, and I've got a ton of respect for Mike Tomlin, but it also feels a little stale there.
Right.
And let's be honest about it. You and I were both here when Mike Shanahan got let go. Did I think it would go as crazy as it did in the immediate, with McDaniels and the craziness that we witnessed and everything that felt like Shanahan built was just burned to the ground in 2 years? No, I didn't. But I also sat there and thought, it's probably the right time. He's changed defensive coordinators 1,000 times. It felt like the message maybe got a little bit stale, but to your point, we'll never really know what Jay Cutler could have been had he stayed with Mike Shanahan, who had put a really good offense together for him.
And Shanahan's a perfect example to talk about in all of this. And again, guys, we're talking about John Harbaugh has parted ways with the Ravens.
That's how they're putting it.
I love the language that gets used this time of year. It's always so good. He got fired, okay? They said, we don't want you to be our football coach anymore, because there's no NFL head coach with that salary that is just like, I'd really rather not have the job.
It's the Facebook post of, while the love is still there.
Yes. By the way, your keyword is between. Text between to 303-504-0925. That enters you to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Senators on Thursday night. But that's a great example to use right there, because I ultimately think, like, I think two things were at play when Shanahan was eventually ousted. Number one was that his ego and stamp on the thing had gotten so massive that I don't think he could accurately find his own shortcomings. I think that was happening at the same time that Pat Bowlen was losing
his faculties.
Exactly. And losing a good handle on what was happening in his own organization, which is why the next step was so crappy with hiring Josh McDaniels. But, like, it doesn't change the part where, like, Mike was slipping. And when somebody is in that position for as long as they are, I think it happened with Belichick in New England too, of just, you view yourself as infallible. All right? I don't know everything that went on behind the closed doors with John Harbaugh, but if you coach that organization for as long as that guy has and do all the winning that guy did, like, eventually you view yourself as, I am the Baltimore Ravens. And I think it's important for a head coach to have an awful lot of power, but I don't think it's good to view yourself as bulletproof.
Well, and again, frankly, there's parallels between Shanahan in his last year and Tomlin. Only, again, Shanahan and Harbaugh have a lot of parallels because neither made the playoffs in what proved to be their final season. Remember that we thought the Broncos were going to go. They lose to the 49ers at home. Right? Or no, they lost the 3 games down the stretch.
One was Carolina.
Yeah.
They got killed by Buffalo, right?
They got killed by Buffalo, and they got killed by the Chargers. And the problem was, that was the Phillip Rivers, Sean Merriman, that was the BA Chargers.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
LaDainian Tomlinson, the whole deal. And we just knew. I just remember when they lost that freezing cold game against Buffalo, and it's Eddie Royal's rookie year. I'm like, there's no way they're going, this is it. You just lost your playoff spot because they couldn't win in then San Diego. But I feel like Tomlin's a little the same way, where you're just barely getting into the playoffs. I mean, who knows? Honestly, if that kick goes through, it's probably Tomlin that we're getting the announcement on, right? Now, I don't know if they would have fired him because, again, all the word was middle of the year when things are going a little mucky for him, that they were like, they're just going to let his contract run out and then they don't have to fire him because they don't like to fire guys. They're kind of a little like the Rockies that way.
So Tomlin, obviously still longest tenured head coach in the NFL. Do you know who number 2 is now with John Harbaugh being out?
Is it Sean? No, it's got to be Andy Reid.
It's Andy Reid in Kansas City, who has had that gig since 2013. And, the Chiefs are going to give Andy an opportunity to get this thing turned back around with Mahomes coming off injury.
Do you think he wants it?
Andy Reid?
Do you think he's tired at all?
It looks exhausting to walk around like that, but I think he's probably still got football energy.
Look, he's got well-fitting large shirts.
Sorry,
I know the move.
Was that a low blow?
Do you think, though, let me ask you, well, I didn't mean to turn it into this.
After that, by the way, Sean McDermott, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan were all hired in 2017.
You got to wonder on the old Sean McDermott.
Zach Taylor's had his job since 2019.
How about that? Good for you.
That feels tenuous.
Good for you, bud.
Yeah, exactly. Well
Well-
done. That's an owner that doesn't want to pay anybody to not work.
Boy, you wonder what Burrow's going to say about that. You think the Chiefs? I heard it last night, or I guess the Sunday night game when Tirico pointed out, we got to find out what Travis Kelce's going to choose to do, and there's some vibe out there that he's going to choose to come back. Is there a part of you that feels like maybe, like I saw, it was one of the early season interviews where Reed's sitting with both Mahomes and Kelce, and he's just wearing the bleep all of you face, and I'm like, is that dude had enough maybe at Travis? Because remember, he got on Travis a few times when
Sure did.
Mahomes was down. I just wonder if maybe he's tired of the circus around his team that the girlfriend or that the fiance brings.
I don't know if like that could
Like I'm
be,
sure it was cool for a bit, but
I just think it's just possible that like he didn't just he might not like Travis Kelce that
could be.
much.
Could be.
I
Well,
know-
he's on a podcast, right? They don't like it when you're out there on
Right.
your podcast and you're.
Those two get into it an awful lot.
They do. There's been some. Hey, they make Sean and Bo look like there's never an issue. Those two are, and it's like full on yelling and back and forth.
And this stuff, like Andy, like we saw it with Reeves in Elway. Hell, we saw it with Shanahan in Elway. We certainly saw it with Belichick and Brady over the
Shanahan
years.
and
Like
Plummer.
you guys can do all that winning low over the years, but like it doesn't mean that it's all sunshine and
Oh,
flowers behind the
A
scenes.
lot of times you find out there's a lot of tension to it, which is wild to me.
Yeah.
Wild to me. It's just like I always feel like the coaches.
dudes with massive
They
egos.
are, but again, and I guess I always side with the player because guess what? I don't see a lot of these dudes rolling through the door.
Right.
You ain't got another Brady. Well, you might. We'll see what happens with May.
But isn't that also why those relationships last as long as they do? Because it's just like Andy Reid might find Travis Kelce obnoxious, but he also knows like he's one of the 5 best receiving tight ends that's
I'm
ever
not
lived.
doing better than him.
I'm not going to find anybody that can do what that guy can do.
That's why this Baltimore move's a little bit interesting. People already said this isn't a great coaching pool. I mean, are you just because Todd Monken did get a couple requests I saw today, so are they like, well, we better keep him? I don't know. I don't know what way you go.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it instantly becomes the best job available. You get an MVP quarterback the moment you walk through the door. I think the Raiders' job, even though it's the Raiders, is attractive because you have the number 1 overall pick. But you get to coach an MVP, a 2-time MVP the minute you walk in the door. Like that. That's a great gig. Instantly, winning culture, outstanding organization. Like it's the best job available. So they'll get their pick of the litter of, whomever the best candidates are. Is it going to be Stefanski, a guy that already knows the division inside and out, and they could view him as a perfect option to, take Lamar Jackson's career to the next level? We shall see.
All right, real quick, because I want to get back to the Nuggets at least next segment, but you said the Raiders' job's a great job because of the number 1 pick, and I can't totally argue that. I don't know how much everybody's going to love Mendoza, but maybe they do. And if you love Mendoza, then that's absolutely the job. But we know, look, Sean Payton laid out the playbook that I think a lot of coaches would agree with his list. Ownership's top of it. Do I like the GM? I guess Spytek's going to stay there, right? So you got to like Spytek.
Yeah.
But again, we just talked about it there. I think one of the things, if there's tension between Reed and Kelce, that podcast has got to be factoring in a little bit. Because coaches don't like the distraction, the outside, all that. Is there anything, and you know and love the city as much as anyone, is there anything about Vegas, and maybe we'll have some coaches just going, man, I just don't know. Just don't know. First off, I don't know, because remember, Pete Carroll basically begging people to show up and be fans of the Raiders at the end of the year because we need your noise.
Exactly.
And then there's just, it's just an element of Vegas that you can go find trouble if you want to.
No, you can, but I would also say, like, all right, to me, the closest parallel to Las Vegas in pro sports is Los Angeles.
Really? See, to me, I was thinking Miami, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would say it's L.A., culture-wise, nightlife, climate, all of that stuff. Yeah, Miami too. You're right about that. But both Sean McVay and Jim Harbaugh are doing a ton of winning in L.A. And
yeah, you're right.
And doing so without massive built-in fan bases. So it like anything in the NFL, Andy, like are there some organizations that are poo? Of course there are. Ultimately, though, does a smart football person put the right quarterback in place, and can you marry that together to win football games? Like a world where the Detroit Lions would play in the NFC Championship game and be competitive year in and year out, I never thought I'd see it, but hey, Dan Campbell did it.
No, you're right. But see, now I'm going to give you another comp now that you bring it up. I think your city's comp really is perfect, frankly, because Miami
also has very tepid
they're
fan
all running
support.
in the same neighborhood, let's be honest. But now let's compare ownership. I feel like the Raider ownership feels a little like the Bengals ownership.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
quite as cheap.
There's an element of that.
But we know that little Davis there, what's his first name?
Mark.
Mark Davis and his haircut don't have the same money that the rest of these owners have.
No, they don't.
And the more coaches he fires, I'm sure the less you've got to spend on other things.
Yes.
So
I would
you
say that's
found
probably
the right
true.
quarterback in Cincy. You then had to beg the owner to pay 2 of his stars, and he still hasn't really that pass rusher isn't sticking around. Trey Hendrickson isn't sticking around after this year, I don't think.
No, I wouldn't think so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, as bad as that thing
And so
has
I
gotten.
would look at that and go, if you're a little like Mike Brown, then I don't know if I want to be here. Number 1 pick or not.
And there's such
there ain't no Joe Burrow coming out this year.
and there's such a weird impatience to all of it, right?
Yeah, well,
with
what
that
do you think they're
organization.
Gonna, again, you just hired the guy. You're not giving him 2 years. Now, I guess I kind of get it. But you really, after 1 year with Pete Carroll, at least with Nathaniel Hackett, the Broncos can claim, well, we didn't know what he was going to be, and it was a disaster. You knew what Pete Carroll was going to be, and he was pretty much what he is.
God, I'm looking at it right now. Remember some Raiders coaches. Whew.
I just know Rich Bisaccia. Because he rolled in here and beat the Broncos.
Yeah, he was interim
sucked.
guy after they had to fire Gruden. What a dumb organization.
Antonio Pierce, Rich Bisaccia, John Gruden,
Josh McDaniels.
Don't
forget
How
your
can
boy.
I forget that. Your boy.
Who was before Gruden?
Who was before Gruden?
He was here.
He was here.
He was here.
Was it Callahan?
It was Jack Del Rio.
Oh, Del Rio. How
Jack
can
Del Rio.
I forget that?
3 years.
Huh?
They had an interim Tony Sperano.
That was weird.
After Dennis
With his
Allen.
dark glasses.
Remember Hugh Jackson?
Yeah, I do.
Remember
I forgot
Tom
he was there.
Cable?
I do.
Remember Lane Kiffin?
Yes, I do.
You sure do.
Tom Cable, I think, is one of the guys that whooped the Broncos that day against. Wasn't he the coach when they whooped the Josh McDaniels 2010?
59-14, yeah.
Because he was just running all over. By the way,
wasn't Tom Cable trying to fight all of his other assistants too?
Yeah, because that's just what he is.
I love
It's
that.
funny because you said your boy. I went up last night and I go, hey, your boy Tyson Hunter. I was talking to my daughter. She is just, God, I did again. She's just all about the Nuggets.
Yeah.
And I go, your boy Hunter Tyson went
Lighten
off
it
tonight.
up.
She goes, that's not my boy. And I go, I know, that's the joke, honey. I said, if he's not your guy, then it's your boy. She goes, I don't like that. He's not mine. I was like, you're not understanding.
He had 4-point play.
That's what I said. What are you mad at the guy for? I go, you know what? Then it'll be my boy. How about that?
17-2 run in the fourth
I want him on
quarter.
the show. What do you think of that?
And Hunter Tyson was lighting it up.
He told us he loves Chick-fil-A.
He's our boy,
He's one
damn it.
of us.
That's
one
right.
of us. How about him getting the 4-point play? That was pretty sweet.
That was money. Between is the word. Between. Text it to 303-504-0925. All right, we're really going to do Nuggets highlights.
Yeah.
Next.
That was a trip around the world.
Thank you, John Harbaugh. 125-124. Overtime last night in Philadelphia. The Zombie Nuggets, the Summer League Nuggets, the G League Nuggets, that's what they were calling themselves, by the way. They go out last night and knock off the Sixers, steal one on the road in Philly. Let's listen to some of Kaz's calls from last night, and let's start with 7:39 to play, third quarter, Andy. Jalen Pickett hit about 1,000 step-back threes over Joel Embiid last night. This one was my personal favorite.
Philadelphia has more talent tonight, but I think Denver's playing harder with what they have. Pickett has it inside the arc, working against Embiid. Step back three, and he got it again. That's the 6th-3 for Jalen Pickett in the basketball game.
Yeah, pretty good night shooting the rock last night for the Nuggets in general. They made 18 threes on their way to victory. I think my favorite Jalen Pickett shot was that hesitation spin move on Quentin Grimes. I think that was like early fourth quarter. But like the guy just kept hitting step back threes over Embiid last night. Jalen Pickett was hunting Embiid on switches last night.
Yeah, it was
real thing.
I don't know what world we were in, but I liked it.
Incredible. Let's go to the fourth quarter. All right. Nuggets found themselves down 9. It was 98-89.
And this is where I thought about it. I was like, because I was like, this is going to break my heart. I can't watch this again after Cleveland.
Yeah, this is where it was like, okay, this game's going to go south.
Right. It just felt like their legs are going. These guys are playing more minutes than they're used to.
The Nuggets' second unit was out there, which is really their fourth unit.
Sure.
Was out on the floor.
Their fourth unit and some dudes we just learned the names of.
Exactly. So I was like, okay, this is probably going to go south. And then they ripped off a 17-2 run, the highlight of which was Hunter Tyson in transition.
4 stops in a row by Denver. Rebound down to Hunter Tyson. And a 3. Got it in the foul as well. That's huge. Puts Denver back in the lead. It's a season high, obviously, for Hunter Tyson now. And he'll get to add one more from the free throw line. He's got 13.
He completed the 4-point play there, Kaz, and he finished the game with 14 points last night. He was 4 of 7, 2 of 4 behind the arc. But yeah, 14-point night for Hunter Tyson. Later fourth quarter. And he give the guys flowers. Zeke Naji last night, 21 points on 11 shots. He had 8 rebounds. He had 2 blocks.
He was playing his rear end off, man.
He was fantastic.
Best game in 2 years for him when we last had him on the show. Remember that? We had him on the show because he had a great stretch of games.
Great whip-out pass from Peyton Watson on the block to the top of the key.
Jalen Pickett has it between the rings for Denver. Gets a high pick from Najee. Stutter step and a drive for Pickett. Throws back behind him to Watson. Back on top, Najee 3. Yes! 111-107. Just timely baskets for Denver here.
Really good contest by Quentin Grimes, too. I mean, that was cold by Zeke Naji to hit that 3. Bruce Brown was so clutch down the stretch in this game, obviously, as we'll get to, but he was wonderful in the fourth quarter as well.
Crowd chants defense. High right side is Zeke Naji. Back over to Pickett. Pickett gets a pick there from Spencer Jones. Jump pass in the corner. Three-pointer Bruce Brown. Yeah! And the Nuggets lead it now 118-115.
Hold on. Okay, first off, Brucey B, 7 points in the fourth quarter last night. He was 2 of 3 from the field, but he went for 7. So Bruce had 7, Hunter Tyson had 7, and Zeke had 7 in the fourth quarter. So they were all the leading scorers. Hold on. I need a second playing of the for when that Bruce Brown 3 went down.
Yeah!
All right, now can we get it up against drop of the year Connor McGahee?
Let's see. I don't feel as though it hit as many notes as Connor did, but it was very to the point. All right, give me a little Kaz first.
Yeah!
Now Connor.
See, the horn does help. Yeah, where are we getting the woo?
Strong woo.
That's Katie.
Good woo.
All right.
Good woo from Katie last night.
Hold on. Was
that Katie or Ric Flair? That was good.
She's going to be doing car warranty commercials soon.
That was amazing.
Yeah!
See, that's what makes it a drop of the year candidate
that's
right
the thing.
there. The fact that he wooed was what made it right there. Plus, I believe this would be, I mean, if they can win drop of the year, this would be the first ever tandem victory.
So like a Dancing with the Stars
Little bit.
drop of the year.
Well put.
And
Woo! See, and I thought you were adding the woo. I didn't know it was just natural.
No, that was Katie. That was good.
I don't crack the mic just to woo.
Yet.
This is how I met your mother about the woo girls.
Woo!
It's we were looking for woo girls once upon a time in the day.
Final possession.
Do we let Katie come on and make a case for drop of the year
For drop
as we
of the
get
year?
closer? You think she wants to? Yeah.
Woo! It's only the 6th day of the year. All right, we just
The Broncos.
Fraud. Anyway, go ahead. Let's get some more highlights.
And
in.
he's so salty
I hate
still.
That's stupid.
Final possession of regulation. 5 seconds remaining, and Philly side out of bounds. Here we go.
Maxey has it at the midcourt circle. Peels off to the right side. 2 seconds left for Philadelphia. Maxey, desperation heave, missed it at the horn, and we got overtime. Bonus basketball in Philadelphia.
Going to OT, all knotted up.
Woo!
And again, like, overtime starts, and I'm just like, okay, what do they got left in the tank?
Yeah.
They got real sloppy at the end of the fourth quarter. There was the Jalen Pickett end of the shot clock desperation heave. They're just, we were starting to get a lot of those possessions. So OT starts, and it's like, all right, what do they got left? But
didn't you feel like some legs were gone? Like you talked
without a
about
doubt.
that Pickett one. I'm like, oh man, he's got no legs left. And then I think even Bruce shot one. I'm like, shoot, everyone's legs are gone.
It was, and the possessions were just they were getting uglier. You know, it really became a grind. You could tell fatigue had set in.
And Philly figured out how they want to defend him.
And the Nuggets got the first bucket of OT. This shot right here, like when you look back at it in the big picture, you're like, oh, thank God he hit this one, because like I think this one gave them some artificial life.
Denver wins the tip. High right side is Peyton Watson. Watson top of the key over to Spencer Jones. Left side now is Jalen Pickett. He gets a pick from Zeke Najee, moves off of that, takes a three. Yes, for Jalen Pickett. A career-high 7 3-pointers made, a career-high 29 in the game.
Yeah, Andy, when you look at just, and I got just the overtime box up right now, Nuggets were 2 of 7 in the OT, had a couple of turnovers, didn't get to the line in overtime. Like the possessions, they stagnated. It got tough. That bucket was huge. The good news was the Sixers were in the same boat. They were completely out of gas as well.
Yeah, which is crazy because they had their normal allotment of people.
You guys do
And
this.
they had size, man.
Yep.
Yeah, the Nuggets had no size last night.
No, they packed the paint around Joel Embiid. Embiid had 6 turnovers last night without really going up against a true NBA big.
That looked like the varsity team scrimmaging the JV team
Yeah.
just to get some work in.
Yeah, it's kind of what that game was, and yet the JV team actually showed out and played. And afterwards, the varsity team was going to be running gassers for an hour. Quite frankly, that's probably what the Sixers should have done after that game last night. Let's get the winning bucket of the game, which never actually went through the net.
At the midcourt circle is Edgecombe. He puts it on the floor, gets down the lane, leans in, layup won't go. Rebound poked out and grabbed by Denver. Bruce Brown has it in the front court for the win. Layup no good. He got fouled. Didn't he?
Goaltending. Count the basket.
Goaltending, count the basket. Nuggets lead it by 125 to 124.
Count the bucket. Joel Embiid gets the winning bucket last night for the Nuggets.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it was like when you saw it, you knew it was goaltending, and then they did the quick, we got to look at the replay. And
Off
they're
the
like, no,
backboard.
we don't need to look at the replay.
Off the backboard. Sorry, can't do that, Joel Embiid. By the way, Spencer Jones had a block at the rim. on Embiid, and then Embiid goes and goaltends. So, again, the poetic justice last night was too good. Final possession of the game. Here goes Tyrese Maxey.
Here we go. 5.3 seconds left. Denver leads it by 1. Philadelphia needs a bucket for the win. Inbound over to Maxey. Maxey has it at the point. 2 seconds to go. Floater. Missed it at the horn! And what a miracle! The Denver Nuggets, with a ragtag team, stunned the Philadelphia 76ers in overtime, 125 to 124. Oh my God, what a win!
Ragtag. Love it.
And they got it done.
A ragtag group of rebels.
Unbelievable. 7 of the 9 Nuggets that suited up last night have played games for the Grand Rapids Gold in their career.
It's nuts, man. It's nuts.
And the Sixers are running out there with Tyrese Maxey, who's third in the NBA in scoring right now. Joel Embiid, who has won an MVP.
Most minutes played, and how long did they say?
Yeah, Paul George, future Hall of Famer, without a doubt. Paul George, one of the all-time greats. And VJ Edgecombe, by the way, rules. That dude's fun. And yeah, that group of players could not defeat Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji, and the Nuggets.
It's crazy.
I tweeted last night, by the way, like, you got to feed Zeke Naji. And, like, I think people thought I was being sarcastic. I was not. Zeke Naji was a weapon last night.
No, he really was. And I mean, look, we'll talk more about it later. But it was just, maybe even later in the week.
All-timer.
Got the classic question for Nate Kreckman.
Okay.
We don't need to get into it now.
We'll do it when we come back. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, what up, dudes? It is Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. The new year has started over at Roller Auction, and you should go to roller.bid and check out all the auctions that they have available to be able to bid. Guys, we got 21 hours remaining in this model home furniture auction. 21 hours remain. You basically have a day to get in on this bad boy right now and get yourself an outstanding deal. You're looking for a bed frame? Hey, I'm looking at a queen bed frame right now. This thing is lovely. Wrought iron, $55. You're not going to beat that price. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this model home furniture and decor auction. Some great items that are available for you to be able to bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because you can win tickets like our listener Cody Johnston did. He won New Year's Eve Avalanche Blues tickets in the catered suite. Well, our next giveaway is Nuggets Grizzlies February 11th. All you have to do to enter, sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. Roller.bid/altitude. Win yourself some catered sweet tickets for Nuggets Grizzlies February 11th. All right, we jump into hour number 2. Your next Avalanche keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Right now, the All-Pro Chad Brown joins us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Chad, we are all reeling from the news that John Harbaugh and the Baltimore Ravens have parted ways there today. Let's talk about the next step now in this entire conversation. What's the profile and or name of who is the best fit for the Ravens job? And for John Harbaugh, how quickly does he ascend the ladder of the top head coaching candidates available, and where would be a good landing spot for him in your mind?
Clearly, with his track record of success there in Baltimore, I know this season's left a lot of folks disappointed. He catapults to the very top of the list. And Happy New Year, by the way, to
you as well,
cool
Chad.
Dudes. Yes, happy to talk to you here in 2026. The NFL is such an odd animal when it comes to some of these coaching moves and decisions here. It seems as if the decision for Harbaugh was based on him not wanting to get rid of his offensive coordinator. So then if the perception that is Todd Monken was the issue for the Ravens, and if Harbaugh is going to be so slavish to him, does Harbaugh bring him on his next stop? And is the next ownership group and the next GM going to want that combination since it didn't work out so well in Baltimore? Now, of course, if you look at Baltimore's season, they had injuries on both sides of the ball. The
worked pretty well
quarterback
last year.
Yes, missed a lot of games, all that stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how this whole thing shakes out. I wasn't surprised when I saw the news a couple of hours back that the Ravens had made this move. There is far less patience than there has ever been in the football world. And we've seen it now in both college and the NFL in these last couple of years. And there's something to be said for continuity and stability and being consistent. And I know the Steelers' playoff lack of success has Steeler fans not loving that Mike Tomlin is going to be back. But the Steelers have had 3 head coaches since 1969, and they've had a whole lot of success. I think there's something to be said about that formula rather than hopscotching around coaches and giving them 1 year to prove themselves. I mean, how are the Raiders ever going to hire the next coach short of guaranteeing him $150 million? Because chances are you're going to be fired after 1 year if things don't go exactly right.
By the way, they are saying now Harbaugh is a favorite to be the Giants head coach, so that feels quick, but I guess we'll wait and see what happens. There's a quarterback there, and the Mara family clearly wants to win. Hey, power rank these jobs, Chad. I mean, look, I'm sure you're a guy that wouldn't mind if somebody wanted to call you up and get you as a DC or a linebacker. Well, maybe not a linebackers coach. Maybe you want the bigger title right now that gets all those zeros in the check. But, like, what would be the most attractive here? And what's the least attractive? And what are the factors that go into that?
Well, it's ownership, it's GM, and it's quarterback. And so if you're going to rank them, I think you clearly have to put the Raiders last. They
Even
moved
with
on
the
from
number one pick?
Even with the number 1 pick. They moved on from Mike McDaniels incredibly fast. They moved on from Pete Carroll. They moved from Antonio Pierce. Mark Davis is now essentially conceding football operations over to Tom Brady, who can't decide what job he wants to do. You want somebody who shows up once a week to the facility telling you as a head coach what you're supposed to do while he's doing other things around the country. Maybe you should be here working 18 hours a day, and you can see how damn hard this job is rather than flying in once a week. So for me, it's totally got to be the Raiders as the worst job out there just because of all that stuff swirling around them. And then as far as best jobs, the Ravens. You got Lamar Jackson, former MVP, who's not 40 plus like Aaron Rodgers. You got Derrick Henry, who still clearly has some tread on his tires. Do they need to fix some things? Of course they do. But they've long had one of the better front offices in the league. They long really maximized the personnel side with compensatory picks and winning in the draft and getting smart free agent signings. So, it's the Ravens at the top and the Raiders very clearly at the bottom.
Where would you put the Giants with Jackson Dart? Do you believe in him? Do you think they found the guy, or is that just too much running, not enough passing?
There you go. You took the words out of my mouth. If you're going to have somebody who you as a head coach are going to make this decision and bypass possibly other head coaching opportunities. Is Jackson Dart a guy who makes you think that can be the guy I can hitch my wagon to for the next 5 years? I won't even say 10, 5 years. The amount of blue tint he's had in his first year, the amount of concussion protocols he's been in, doesn't make me think he's going to quickly learn how to take care of his body, because as an NFL quarterback, your job's not to play on Sunday. Your job is to play every Sunday, and Jackson Dart struggles with that.
We talk to Chad Brown every Tuesday afternoon here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. By the way, it's an early one for the Avalanche tonight, live from the site of their Stanley Cup win. Tampa Bay coverage on 92.5 starts at 4:30 with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Chad, give us the biggest reason the Broncos can win the AFC, and give me the biggest reason they may not.
Clearly the defense. The defense is the biggest reason. They have kept them into all these games where the offense spit and sputtered for the first 3.5 quarters, in some cases even until overtime. The continued pressure they put on quarterbacks, it not only limits what that quarterback can do, it limits what the play caller on the opposite sideline, what he's willing to do. It begins to chip away at the receivers and the continuity of their routes. Hey, we got to get in and out of our breaks faster. Our quarterback's going to be under pressure. That pressure from the front of the Broncos continues to shrink the opponent's offense with each quarter and each series that goes by. It's a very impressive thing. Even the fact they don't get a whole lot of turnovers, that defense still has a clear demonstrative effect upon the opponent's offense. The reason why? Because of, I can't even say one reason. There's so many reasons why. Defensively, we don't turn the ball over enough. Offensively, there's not enough consistency. Sean Payton is quick to dismiss the run game and the importance of it. We are second in the league in drops from the wide receiver and wideout position. So there's a multitude of factors as to why not. But if they were to pull it off, there'd be clearly one reason why, and it would be because of the defense.
Who should they be most afraid of coming into town?
Oh, man. Obviously, New England is going to present some difficulties for no matter who they play. Their scheme.
But of the potential, coming out of the wild card, Pittsburgh, Houston, Buffalo, the Chargers. Which one would be the worst matchup for Denver?
The worst matchup? Maybe Houston. I would expect C.J. Stroud to be available. I know they beat Houston earlier this year, but C.J. Stroud and that offense have taken some steps forward. So we would not be a backup quarterback situation like it was earlier this year. And Houston's defense is absolutely legit. Absolutely legit. I think it would be a close rock fight between those two because of the similar styles of play. But of those teams you just listed, Josh Allen obviously can go into full superhero mode and make a team win all by himself, running and throwing the football. The Chargers, I think they're just too banged up, too many injuries. And come on, Pittsburgh, really, no matter if it was Pittsburgh or the Ravens, I don't think either one of those gets past Houston this week.
Yeah, tough matchup that they're dealing with. By the way, Chad, you're living down there in the desert. Do you ever just go out in the backyard there and collect lizards? Do you get into the local flora and fauna that is right there in your backyard?
Okay, so I grew up in Southern California.
Yeah.
Spent lots of time, obviously, in Colorado. And I thought, I'm familiar with wildlife in my backyard. I've had, at my place in Highlands Ranch, I had the same family of garter snakes reproducing in my backyard for 12 years.
Did you have names for your snakes, Chad?
My personal snakes that I own, yes.
Yes, but not the backyard snakes? Okay.
Not the backyard snakes,
okay.
no.
Okay.
But I, was familiar with all that. And I've seen deer and coyotes and foxes in my backyard. Here in Arizona, the wildlife is off the charts. I could see a bobcat. I could see a cougar. I could see a javelina. I could see so many different types of reptile. I did a little amateur bird watching the other day. In 30 minutes, I literally counted 27 different species of birds. It is bananas here in the desert how alive with wildlife the desert actually is. And did you know, just a weird did you know,
let's have it,
that cactuses, they flower at night because it's too hot in the daytime for the birds and the bees, so they flower at night for the moths and the bats. They still take they still do the pollination thing, but they do it at night because it's cooler and there's more animals out flying in the air. How
Listen,
about that?
Chad, every good Coloradan knows that you can find all the cougars you want at Elway's. Come on!
I was gonna make the Highlands Ranch joke. I was gonna go bigger picture, but yes, it was there. Don't
Earls,
worry.
Earls, maybe once upon a time.
We both were gonna make the same joke. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
He's Chad Brown, everybody. We talk to him every Tuesday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. NFL, college football, and reptilian expert. Chad, excellent work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Good stuff.
Chad Brown stopping by here on a Tuesday afternoon. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Did we get a media laugh at him? I think we did.
I think we did, yes. By the way, he went to Houston. I mean, Andy, we watched that game. It is one of those games that by the time that 4-quarter rock fight ended down in Houston, it was kind of like, well, that game will look like if C.J. Stroud had not gotten banged up.
Well, how many games? Here's the thing. For those that want to know why the national media doubt this Broncos team, how many games could we say that about?
Right.
We said it. What happens with Parsons and Watson in Green Bay? What happens, if, I don't know. There's just, what happens if a couple things don't go right against the Giants? What if? But you know what? They did.
When you win as many rock fights as you do, when you win 14 games and you only have the 5th best point differential in the AFC, like that's, when it gets to this time of year, you're looking for like who is dominant,
who's rolling,
right? And Denver very rarely displayed that this season. Their version of dominance, quite frankly, looked like the win over the Chargers on Sunday.
No, you're right. I mean, look, the Green Bay game was fantastic.
Right.
Love that one. Love to see. I hope they're that aggressive come the playoff.
A lot of
game.
fun games this year.
But it's frankly why Jacksonville has me bothered, because it feels like Jacksonville, a team that's had a lot of high draft choices, has got them all playing together for the first time, and it's a problem.
I legitimately, there's nobody in the AFC field that I can't make a case for beating Denver. There's also nobody in the AFC field that I can't make a case for why Denver can't beat those
But then
guys.
we go to, to your point, then give me the quarterbacks and give me C.J. Stroud in this noise here.
Sure.
Probably even give me Aaron Rodgers in this noise here, because he doesn't know that. They're not running his offense.
And the speed of that pass rush, absolutely. Absolutely. Kreckman and Lindahl, it's Tuesday afternoon. We got an Avalanche keyword, and then we got power rankings for you going into the postseason. That's right, playoff power rankings, PPR, on the other side. I have a keyword for you because you can win tickets for the Avalanche and the Ottawa Senators on Thursday night. Your keyword is pipes. Get it? See? Pipes.
There we go.
It was between, and now it's pipes.
Yeah!
Woo! Pipes with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you for Avalanche and Senators tickets. It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. It's powered by Papa Murphy's. January 19th is Educator Appreciation Day at Ball Arena. Each ticket package includes a game ticket and a hockey stick tumbler.
Pipes!
Get yours at coavs.com/educator. Again,
Alan Roach has great pipes.
Again, your 420 keyword to win Avalanche Senators tickets is pipes. Good luck.
Pipes.
Pipes, 303-504-0925. Text the word pipes in.
You know, if we were going to have the keyword in the 5 o'clock hour, it was going to be freakies.
I thought it would be the.
No.
Okay.
We're changing the theme.
All right.
The should have been now, if we're really spelling it out.
Between the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, tune into Between the Pipes tonight after the game. Mark Springer and Raj giving you all the hockey analysis that you can shake a hockey stick tumbler at.
But will we get a Jason Kosmiski, Katie Wingy combo cut worth having?
No.
Why?
That was not the answer I thought we were going to get.
Yeah,
Why would that show up on Between the Pipes?
You gutless?
You never know.
You scared?
Woo! That's just it. You never know, Spring. These bits, they get a life of their own.
What if? Who's even the most unlikely to have to get like the game winner? What if that dude pots the winner?
Pots it.
Huh?
Berto says Scott Wedgwood.
Stings the net. How about, Wedgie goes in, throws a double spinaroo deke. Yahtzee! Top corner! Ah!
Woo! Who was the last goalie to score in the NHL? I know Ron Hextall did one time.
Who was? I want to say, wasn't it in division?
Ilya Sorokin did it last year.
Didn't our mortal enemy do it? Didn't Bennington do it?
Sorokin did it last year.
I feel like Marc-Andre Fleury might have done it.
Oh, he was always trying. Dude, Wah wanted one so bad back in the day. I don't think he ever got one. Wah was always trying.
Marty Brodeur did it twice.
And that's why I think Wah really wanted
Ron
one.
Hextall did it twice. That's why I go to that one first. I remember that from Don Cherry's Rock'em Sock'em Hockey.
And Hextall was a psycho.
Yeah, he sure was. Jose Theodore did
Matter
it
of fact,
once
has an
for
Avs
Montreal.
goalie ever gotten a goalie goal?
The answer is no, Andy. As I have the full list in front of me right now, the answer is no. Yeah, Ilya Sorokin of the New York Islanders last year. There were actually 3 goalie goals last year in the NHL.
Wedgwood or Blackwood? Who would you put your money on if we were doing this? Which we're not for those out there.
I'd go with Wedgwood because he's
the starter right now.
Because he's playing right now.
Yeah, he's the one who gets to.
So he's the one that has a chance to be able to do it tonight.
We better hurry. If you're going to rank the power.
Let's go. Power rankings right now, Mark Springer.
I was going to say, we can't do it without the Open.
You got the job.
Really, all I like is the Open. All right, Kreckman, 3 minutes, go!
ESPN last week rated the Broncos at number 3. Denver goes out and hands a 19-3 loss to the zombie LA Chargers. And, well, we don't know what happens because ESPN didn't do power rankings this week.
Yeah! Woo! Loser! Loser!
The hell are you doing, ESPN?
Lazy!
NFL.com. NFL.com. Last week, they said the Broncos were the 4th best team in the NFL after a Christmas Day victory over the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, this week, they kept the Broncos at number 4.
Yeah!
Woo!
Nothing.
The Athletic had the Broncos at number 5 last week. Ooh, what is a victory over Trey Lance going to do for the Broncos ranking? It's going to have them launch upwards a spot to number 4.
Yeah!
Woo! CBS.
Ooh, we got a hit.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Yes. Number 4 last week. This week, Number 4.
Yeah! Woo! Nothing.
This is the Moses Malone Power Rankings today.
Yes.
Fo.
Westbrook.
TheRinger.com. The Ringer. Last week, they said the Broncos were the second best team in the NFL, number 2. This week, after knocking off Lambert Smith and the Chargers, remember some Chargers from that game, the Broncos plummet 2 spots to number 4.
They're all cheating off each other's homework.
4. Pro Football Talk. They talk about football professionally at Pro Football Talk. Last week, number 4. This week, number 4.
Yeah! Woo! Nothing.
Okay.
USA Today. Last week, number 6.
Wow.
6.
They did not like the Christmas game.
No, they did not. Nor did pretty much anybody that watched it.
Not really.
Then the Broncos go out and defeat the Chargers, and the Broncos skyrocket 1 spot to number 5.
Yeah!
What? At least you could cheat off the homework and make it 4.
And finally, Yahoo Sports. Last week, Frank Schwab said the Broncos were the second best team in the NFL, number 2.
And he meant it.
He obviously did, because this week they're still ranked at number 2.
He doesn't care.
Number
He's not
2.
scared.
2. Therefore, after largely playing like number 2 against the Chargers, the Broncos are still at number 2. Your keyword for Avalanche Senators tickets is pipes. Text pipes to 303-504-0925. By the way, Andy, Broncos averaged this week 3.9 after being at 3.75 a week ago. I know you're always curious about the averages. We like to do that for statistical completion purposes.
Do we need to announce a name? Yeah, give us a name.
Do we have a winner
Tell us.
of the Avalanche tickets?
Chris Sayer texted between.
Chris Sayers.
Sayer. Way to go, Sayer. Chris, he won. Avs Lightning right now. Good night.